What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How are you? Hope everybody is enjoying themselves, getting ready for Father's Day. We could appreciate all the dads for their hard work and sacrifice. Um, Fortunately, I don't have my dad with me this year. I mean, he passed away a few years ago, but I'm gonna always remember everything he's done for me. I think Father's Day is just as important as Mother's Day. I think both parents should be recognized the same. If you had both your parents, I know I had. And shout out to all the dads out there, man. So also, I got the orange jersey in my training camp, Miss Relentless. What's going on? Hope you are well. John Featherland. And of course, my main man, Tonk 7. Check out TMI Thursdays. We talk about everything. What's up, Nightmare? Hope you are well. Bon Joe, another father in the community. What's going on? I hope you are drinking your favorite wine this Father's Day. And yes, to all the real fathers and daddies. And this man right here, he is a real father. I've seen how he paints his kids' rooms. He puts his kids first. And you know what I'm saying? So you deserve yourself a good bottle of vino this Sunday. So anyway, with no further ado, let's get this intro so we could open up the panel and we could talk about training camp. We could talk about anything your heart's desire for this upcoming season. And yeah, man, we'll be back.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics. Officially licensed everything.
Oh man, another good father that I know. Man, listen, here's another one. My man Raphael Courtwright, happy Father's Day to you, bro. Amanda Swim, Jamie Raycart, my man Cap for Life, and of course, everybody's favorite Bill fan, Michael K. What's going on, y'all? Hope everybody is doing well, man. I know I am. I get 2 days off. And the missus is coming back tonight. So I'm excited for that as well. I'm
sorry, but your request.
Any rate, of course, Mike McDaniels had a press conference, and he excused. Not only did he excuse the tight end, he said he had an understanding with John Smith, but he also excused Jalen Ramsey. So, with that being said, I think it's nothing but a far gun conclusion with Jimmy Ray. With Ramsey. It is. He will be out of here. What's up, Delusional Patriots fan? Hope you are well. I hope you. What do you think of your training camp so far? What do you think of the Patriots training camp so far? Give me your opinion on the. Let me get people's opinion that won't be coming on the panel. What do you guys think of this training camp so far? What's up, Flavor J? Fins up to you, my brother. Hope you are well. I think that I don't know, man. Listen, Tua swearing up and down that the culture has changed. Yep. And of course, I see Michael K put it down a bunch of times. Culture doesn't change overnight, and it sure doesn't. And it's something that you don't say, it's something that you do. Yeah, Nightmare. I listen, I'm with you 100%. I'm not buying it till I see it. See Hoffa, what's up? Money Mitch, what's going on, my man? All right. Christian Gonzalez is tired of being disrespected, and the Patriots front seven is going to come in after people. Well, man, listen. That's why I would listen. Can you imagine if you would have had Travis Hunter on as another cornerback? Him and Christian Gonzalez and freaking Christian Gonzalez and Travis Hunter on the same backfield as a tandem would have been crazy. And then, of course, you probably would have used them as an offensive weapon. So, with that being said, man, no, like I was saying, though, everybody, has a right to be reserved. You can come back up, Ali. You ain't bothering nothing. But what's going on?
Not much, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
It's
Father's
Friday,
Day to
man.
you.
It's the weekend.
Yeah, man. Just so you know, if we'll be simulcasting if you go, we're gonna be starting at 12:30 Insomnia. So
Awesome.
we're gonna do obviously we're gonna shout out to all the fathers out there. Yourself included.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. And happy Father's Day to everyone else.
Oh yeah. But yeah, listen. And speaking of fathers, listen. I'm tired of the Bills being our daddy on every season. So we need to end that cycle. We need to start being the daddies in this division. But unfortunately, we're not going to believe it until we see it, right?
Yeah, that's true. Until they show us that they're ready to walk on 2 feet, yeah, we're not going to believe it.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Okay, I don't care who doesn't like it. I'm a Tua guy. I'm a Tua believer. I believe in him. However, I know there's a lot of guys that don't feel the same way I do. And at the end of the day, one thing I've been trying to get people to understand: it doesn't matter if you believe in Tua or you don't believe in Tua. The only person, it's not me, you not believing in Color, not believing in Tua, or TD not believing in Tua is not gonna make him throw interceptions. It's not gonna make him put himself in harm's way. It's not gonna make him less injury prone. It's not gonna make him shrink during the big moments. He has to do that. He has to change the narrative. And at the end of the day, whether you believe in him or don't believe in him, shouldn't don't make a hill of beans of his performance on the field.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%.
So at the end
You
of the
said
day,
it the best.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're pretty much ripping each other's heads off, rather because of something that we don't have control over.
Yeah.
So
that's absolutely true. That's what we're doing. It's how bad is that, Shake? Yeah. That's exactly what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. And look, I never really got into this. I never this whole beat writer versus YouTube. At the end of the day, I never really said anything, and I'm gonna say something real quick about it, and I'm gonna leave it at this. When it comes to the beef between YouTubers and beat writers, you know who they are, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if he could read film, Reason, because I like Reason, or Poupard. It doesn't matter who reads film the best. It doesn't matter who could evaluate the team the best. There's only one person I want to review film and evaluate talent, and that's Mike McDaniel. If
That's
Mike
true.
McDaniel can't evaluate film, then we're cooked. That's it. I don't care. And evaluate talent. He's the one person that you need to make sure he could evaluate talent. You need to make sure he could read the film. I don't care about, what he, you could do all the film breakdown on what we did right and what we did wrong. At the end of the day, if the ones that are playing the game are not watching it and learning, ain't no fucking make no difference anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, right? Everybody that like the beat writers, us, other content creators. It doesn't matter. We don't matter when it comes to it at all. What matters is what the people in the building are doing. So if, like you said, if Mike McDaniel can't read film, that's bad. If he can't, he's the only one that matters when it comes to reading film at all. It's him. You know what I mean? And the players too. I'll give it to the players also.
Yeah, of course. They're the ones that need to be making the corrections, not the beat writers or the YouTubers, which, again, all of them, I support everybody who does YouTube content. I don't, there's too many to name right now. Holy shit. If we were to, I did a whole episode, and what's funny is I named a bunch, and then I still left out maybe 2 or 3. I'm like, God damn. So shout out to y'all, man.
I was thinking about this. I want to say one more comment about the beat writers and content creators, right? Since this whole beef started, it does seem like the last couple press conferences, they've been asking more football-related questions. That's just my opinion. I'm not trying to start anything anything, but I have had that observation. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah. It tripped me out when he says, I don't give a fuck how I feel. Remember?
Yeah.
That shit was funny.
That was kind of funny, to be honest. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, man. Trust me. These and one thing about the beat writers asking the questions they ask, look, at the end of the day, they have a boss. So one thing I learned when studying broadcasting is the fact that you also, I guarantee you, the editor and chief editor also give them a list of the journalists. Hey, I want you you can ask whatever you want, but I want you to ask these questions. So they have to check off, okay, I answered this. They may not like to ask the question, but they're given directions what kind of questions to ask. So whether we like it or not, they have to answer to somebody versus a YouTuber. We don't have that list of demands. We're not told what to ask and what to report. See,
that's the other thing that brings up a whole nother subject. Okay, go ahead.
All right. And at the same time too is when we do content, El Capitan doesn't go, okay, I want you to delete this, delete that, and edit this. You know what I'm saying? We versus them, they could put out 10 articles. If the chief editor doesn't like the article, he has to rewrite it or take out, and he has to edit what the chief editor tells him to do. So that's another thing when it comes to broadcasters. I mean, beat writers. They also have their hands tied. Unless you're someone like David Hyde or Amon that's been there for years, that has a little more carte blanche than your average beat writer. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just want to make this one point that I know I've said some things in the past where I called out the beat writers because I do kind of agree that their journalism is lacking. I definitely agree. But something I thought about recently kind of made me take a step back and actually has me kind of understand why they ask certain questions. You're partially correct. They do have somebody to answer to, but ultimately we have to understand who's their demographic. Depending on what newspaper or what media outlet that you're representing, who are they trying to reach out? Because I'm going to be honest, the fans that are in it 24/7, like myself, people like Batman, Joe Rist, all these people that are Lewis, all these people, the Blitz Pickup, all of them. Those fans we're not getting our journalism from South Sentinel Sports or a Miami Herald. We're going to ESPN. We're going straight to the source, Ian Rappaport's, Joe Policeros. Those are the people that we're going to get our information from every time. Now, the newspaper themselves, they're probably more worried about their demographic of where they're located, which most people in Florida, let's be frank about it, most people in Florida are, much older. They're in, they're either a senior citizen or something to that effect, right? So they might ask questions that are more interested in the older fans than they are necessarily in the younger fans, like myself or you or someone else. So that's something to think about as well when it comes to the types of questions they ask. But I will say, since this whole beef started, the questions are starting to become tougher and they are starting to become more football related. So I do appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Joe Wrist? What's on your mind? And what are you drinking? Any vino?
No, not yet. I was gonna ask, are you guys doing like it's gonna be a few hours? You guys getting into it, or is that gonna be more of tomorrow's show?
Well, tomorrow we're definitely getting into it. And I'm going to be having Club XL. We're going to be listening good tunes. We might even have a raffle. Stay tuned for that. So that will happen again. And there will be, I will be drinking tequila again. So
I'll definitely be joining you. Not with the tequila though, that fucks me up.
not me, bro.
Dude, when I
I
drink
might get
tequila,
kind of rowdy, but I have a lot of fun with it. So
I instantly start sweating and my mouth starts like salivating heavily. It's bad news.
Well, that's how I am
Oh,
with
wow.
cognac. That's how I am with cognac. I sweat like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Cognac?
Yeah, I freaking when I drink cognac, I fucking sweat in negative. I sweat in the cold, bro.
I don't know what it is. I love the taste of tequila. I've always have, and I'm not going to give it up.
Blanco,
But
right? Blanco, anejo, or
I like, to be honest,
Reposado.
Blanco is really good. Oh man, I like all types. I really
Reposado is the
do.
sweeter one, and Reposado is sweeter.
Yeah,
Anejo is
yeah,
a little more is a little on the drier side.
yeah, I got you. What I was going to tell you was what it does kind of mess with me a little bit is when I have like scotch, like Chivas Regal or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff kind of messes my stomach up just a little bit.
Yeah,
So I only drink, if I drink that, I'm only having one drink of it. I'm not going to have like multiple drinks or shots or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I tell you what, if
It's
you like
just me.
scotch, you'll love mezcal.
Mezcal? I don't
Yeah, that
know.
shit.
My dad got me on Chivas Regal, and I actually like the taste. It's just the after effect of drinking like 2 or 3 drinks kind of messes with me a little bit, but I actually like the taste. So,
Yeah, I don't really have any comments on the content creator and beat writer thing.
Yeah, no doubt, no.
I never really grew up around it anyway. I was raised in Jersey, so I was stuck with Dolphin stuff. It was really when they played the Jets or things I'd see every once in a while. There was a forum that I used to follow before I found everything going on with YouTube for Dolphins content. About it.
so I found your doppelganger, Joe Rist.
Which one?
Which one? Yeah, there are a couple people, I'm not going to lie, that if you're just like looking at them real fast, you might think it's Joe Rist. There's 2 of them. One of them is actually, both of them are former U.S. soccer national team head coaches, by the way. Jurgen Klinsmann kind of looks like you, or you look like him kind of, if you're like kind of drunk, to be honest. And then the other one, the more recent head coach, you actually look at like him a lot, because I was showing my brother, like, well, who did he think you look like, and that's who he said. And I thought it was funny.
Who is it?
God, what is his name? The former coach of US. He just got fired recently. I want to say it's Matt Burkhardt. I think that's how you say his name. I can't. I'll figure out his name. I'm driving right now. I'll figure out his name and I'll tell you.
Is that Greg Berhalter?
Berhalter. Yes, Berhalter. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh man, I gotta grow my hair back. He's bald.
He's not quite bald. There's a picture with hair. I'll show you, and you'll be like, "Damn, you're right. I can see it."
No, he's like bald, like almost
I don't
completely.
think.
Oh man, Michael K says he looks like Baby Huey.
Baby Huey.
Yeah, you ever heard of Baby Huey?
No.
I remember. That was from a cartoon from. I'm aging myself, but Heckle and Jekyll.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about, but it's been a while.
I actually do have one that used to play in the NBA.
Yeah?
For Purdue, it was Robbie Hummel.
Mm.
That one's like a striking similarity.
I have to check that out. I had a doppelganger when I was a little child, when I was like 8 or 9. Actually, more around when I was like 10 or 11, to be honest. You guys remember the Mazda commercials with the boy that would say "zoom zoom"? Do you guys remember that? Yeah, I can show you pictures, bro. Everybody said that. Everyone thought I was that kid in that commercial. It's kind of funny.
So, also, I just want to make sure people are aware that it is Friday the 13th.
Strange Friday too in the news. Well, not strange. Yeah. Kind of hectic.
By the way, like I told you before, man, Tua didn't know. I'll tell you, Zach Wilson is Polynesian, baby. He's got a Polynesian background. So, by the way, this is Baby Huey. You could say, look, he's wearing Bills colors.
Oh, I thought that was Michael K wearing a diaper.
That's Baby Huey. That's
Is he saying I have a gut? I don't see the resemblance.
Huh?
Not you, Michael K.
Well, Michael K said I have sorry, I'm trying to eat at the same time. That I look like Baby Huey.
Actually, Michael K does. I'll tell you, I've met Joe Rist. He does not have a gut at all.
I do right now.
But those are Bills colors.
A little bit overweight.
Look at that, Buffalo Bills colors.
I snuck up to 228 pounds a few months ago.
So have I. I did too. I need to lose weight, to be honest.
Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna make this picture better. Hold on.
I can't lose weight like I used to. I used to eat whenever I wanted, and it would just disappear magically.
Yeah. Don't worry. Every time I lose weight, I find it.
Yeah. Find more of it.
Come on, Bubba.
Do you guys think we have more or less snap battles than normal?
We have more or less what?
Position battles than normal in camp.
I'm gonna say right now, I think we have more. Well, not really more. I don't want to say that because, to be honest, even though we have Chubb, we have Phillips, and we have Chop Robinson, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know people are saying, "Oh, those guys are battling to see who the starters are," but really, I'm going to say all three are starters, because depending on who we're playing, what we want to, what objective we have for the first series or whatever, you could put any three of those guys in any combination to be the starters at any point. So to me, it's like one A, B, and C. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hope they rotate him that often because that'll keep him healthy.
Yeah, so there's that. We know who the starters are going to be at defensive tackle. That's no question. Linebackers, we know who the starters are.
Yeah.
Secondary is the biggest question. So corner and safety, we're not sure. The right guard, I think, is going to be the one that's in question because we still haven't signed our second round pick that we traded up for. And I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens with that.
Well, on the defense side, it's the two starting corners are basically the position battle, right? Because we're assuming he's not here.
Yeah, I agree.
The safeties, do you think they're battling at all? Or do you think the safety positions are locked down with those two new guys?
I want to say, what's his name? McMorris. McMorris is battling. So there is a battle there.
Yeah. Yeah. You think the rookie corner has a shot at getting that cornerback 2 spot?
If he comes in as physical as advertised, I'm going to say yes. I think he has a shot. But he needs to come out and be really physical. We'll see. You know, he's a rookie and he still has a lot to learn. But I've seen weirder things happen. Freaking, who was it? And Michael K can attest to this. There was a guy that I want to say the Bills drafted in the first round, and they just traded him recently. But I want to say in that rookie season, I want to say he got beat out by an undrafted rookie. So you never know. You never know with these things.
Well, this guy played at Florida, right? He got cooked by anyone? Because they had to. He had to go against some pretty good receivers.
That I don't know.
Yeah, I never really looked into that pick.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm sure he did because
everyone has gotten cooked by somebody at some point. But to be honest, what I have seen on tape of him, he's definitely has a knack for tackling. Like he's not gonna just sit there and let someone, you know, like get by him. When he gets his hands on you, you're going down one way or the other, right? So I mean, there's a lot to think about when it comes to that, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, I'm sorry. He says that Benford was a 6th or 7th round pick. Yeah, see, I at that point, if you're like 7th round pick, Michael K, in my opinion, you're right there with the undrafted rookies. That's just my opinion, right? So the fact that you had a 7th round pick beat out a 1st round pick, that's really big. So you never know what could happen when it comes to the position battle. That's all I'm saying. You got the helicopter.
That's cool. Really the only starting battle I see is that corner. I think everything else is locked in. As unfortunate as that is, because you do want battles. I think the starting rosters are pretty much set. What's up, Cat for Life?
So
much, guys.
What's up, Cap? What's up?
Not much. I wanted to see what you guys thoughts about like the scenario where Jono does get dealt.
Hey, listen,
Washington.
Hey, Cat for Life, I'm not gonna lie. Every time I see you, I always think that logo. I always think of Sonny Bono. I always hear, "I got you, babe."
So I'm sorry. Can I respond to my to Cap for Life first? I want to take first crack on what I think. So one thing we have to remember that last year
I wasn't even done asking the question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
My thing is, if we know John is going to end up probably getting dealt somewhere, does that make Malik Washington true number 3, or does Westbrook Akine get put even more into a scenario where they might want their contract bang for their buck type of deal, since Malik's on a rookie deal? Does it end up being like my point is, do we end up doing another contract scenario where we see somebody producing, but they don't end up getting, the production on the field when it matters?
I think Westbrook. Go ahead, Ollie.
Well, I personally think that Westbrook does eventually become your number 3. Um, however, I do like what they could do with Malik Washington. Where I was going with it prior to knowing your full question, I'm sorry, Cap for Life. I was just gonna say that we didn't really have a true number 3 last year. And because of that, you had to utilize your tight end, Jonnu
Yeah.
Smith, who filled that role very well. So I think bringing in Westbrook, to be honest, and having Malik Washington there, now you got some options for number 3. And if we were to dealt Jonnu Smith, you're not gonna it's gonna sting, but I don't think it'll sting as bad as if you didn't have those guys there. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can assume that we can just roll into the season with Jonnu and keep doing the thing that we closed out the season with. I mean, teams are going to be prepared for that. So if we end up dealing him and one of these other guys emerge as the number 3, one's a solid number 4, that's totally fine with me. I like the
So then
idea.
Brooke. We have depth, is what you guys are saying.
I think so. I mean, I'm completely different players there between Westbrook and Washington, but yeah, we got depth.
Here's one thing you can look at, right? One thing we that having the fact that we brought in the amount of running backs we did, it looks like they really want to run the ball, right? Look at some of the free agent tight ends that we brought in, and the undrafted rookie tight ends that we brought in. They're really, really good at blocking.
There you go.
Right?
I fixed the picture.
So that's funny. So essentially, for me, it really looks like they're really looking to get that running game going. Can Jonnu definitely fill a role for that? Yeah, absolutely. But I think they're looking at it in the sense that, all right, he's going. So what? We got guys here that can definitely block and then supplement the offensive line. Well, we're going to be able to hold it down. Plus, we brought in what? We brought in a free agent wide receiver. We got the guy from last year that we still have, and we brought in 2 undrafted rookies. I think there's 2 undrafted rookie receivers, maybe 3. I think there's 3 of them, right? That we have signed. So all of that, plus you have Taj Washington coming off of IR or whatever. That just tells me that okay, there's a world where we can trade him away and still be okay because we're gonna be able to have the production.
When
By
That's what I'm looking at.
By the way, shout out to Tyrone Hall. I just want to let you know that you misspelled fire. This jersey is fire. Yes, you misspelled it. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's probably my biggest interest on offense as far as position battles is probably, who gets running back 2. I think it's still going to be right just based on seniority, but also the receiver depth, like how that all is going to shake out, how many tight ends we keep, who's listed as a tight end versus wide receiver.
Yeah, because from what I hear, everybody's telling me A-Chain going to probably be our number 3. So this is we're like, all right, well, the depth kicks in when it comes to the receiving aspect. But are you okay with that being our 3rd option?
What about Washington? Washington he was coming along last year.
Yeah, both Washingtons, both of them.
Well, actually, the other Washington was out for the season.
Yeah, but he looked good in OTAs. He looked good though. So look, I know some people are on that train saying that Achan's going to be our number 3. I'm going to say I don't believe that. I know people want to believe that you have some flexibility that you don't need to have Achan as our number 3. You know what I'm saying? I think now you have.
If he lines up as purely a receiver.
He did it last year.
He's just well, what, you kick him outside, but I mean he's I think he's a great target on a wheel route. But realistically, I think he ends up being the check down guy, which is fine. I'd much rather that than screens. I'd much rather him be a 5-yard check down than a designed screenplay that everybody's ready for. But we have, like I was saying, we have depth at receiver, so I don't think there's any necessity to shift him out there.
Yeah.
Just do it pre-snap if we want to.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Look, I know a lot of people didn't like Durham Smythe, but I tell you what, Durham Smythe was a hell of a lot better than fucking Tanner Connor. And I don't think he has. He hasn't beat him out yet. So I think the only way that we were able to get Tanner Connor to beat Durham Smythe was to get rid of him.
I don't know, man. I just think that the more this keeps getting delayed more and more, I think this is all like coming into play where they have to deal Jonnu first in order to move Ramsey, because I think Ramsey's going to Dallas, and I think Dallas is going to give us a tight end too in that package deal. So I think all this is just getting played in little by little. They can't do anything at tight end until this tight end leaves.
Yeah.
What about Ramsey to the Steelers?
That's interesting. Yeah, I heard stuff about that too.
I mean, think about this. They have Darius Slay, right? So they got Darius Slay. If they get Ramsey, then you got Mika Fitzpatrick as safety. That's a hell of a secondary. That's all I'm going to say.
As a Dolphin fan, that'll piss me off. All the Dolphin players
That
keep going
would
to
piss
Pitt.
me off too, to be honest. You're right about that, for sure.
Their secondary will be consisting of like 3 guys that we got rid of.
That's right, because don't they have Elliott also?
Yeah, Minka
Yeah.
and Elliott.
Yeah.
I'm reading this preseason power rankings, and it has us at 26.
Damn.
And we were what, 19th last year?
Right above, it has the Jets at 28, which is funny, but it has us right above the Colts and right behind the Falcons.
Yeah.
So you see that? They have us ranked at 26th. You really think we're winning 14 or 12 games?
Yeah,
They
we're in
don't
the
believe it.
category
I'm
of-
not believing it.
Oh man.
What's that? 6th pick of the draft?
I don't know, man. Just
7th.
the third wave, boys. We got to wait for that third wave of free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Get some trades inside. We'll get at least 5 or 6 new guys when it's all said and done and the season starts. On top of what we got to have a leader on there. One of them got to be a leader. 2 of them tops. We got Zach. Zach wants to get paid. He's a leader. And Tua says he wants to change the narrative, so that in essence would make him want to be a leader.
He wants to kill the narrative. He likes killing narratives.
We got 2 months left, man.
Yeah, man, it's coming by soon, man.
What'd you say, Shake? He likes to kill narratives?
Yes, sir.
I'd rather have him kill opponents instead.
Yeah.
Why don't we try that for a change?
He likes to kill brain cells.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Bro, what would be? It would be crazy if we ended up playing Daniel Jones week 1.
Oh man, that's funny.
Daniel Jones.
I keep hearing the Colts are not happy with this guy, man. With Richardson. They got him wearing glasses. They got him doing a whole bunch of other stuff. Like he's willing to do whatever they want, but it's like they're asking to do for him to do a lot to be the starting quarterback.
Did you say they have him wearing glasses?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Like they made him wear glasses instead of contacts or something?
Yeah, his
I mean,
eyes.
that would I would think that maybe his eyesight. Yeah.
According to Patriots fan, he said it looks like Danny Dimes is playing what's called. Hey,
Good.
it's Special K. What's going on? What's going on, Special K? Damn.
Where you go?
I thought that was insightful and probably some of the best things he's ever said.
It was so good. It was
Short and
music to
sweet.
my ears. Oh man.
Finally, something intelligent. He's you know what? He's improving. That's improvement.
That's improvement. That's funny. What jersey is that, by the way, Shake?
No,
now
this
that
is
I'm
just
looking at it.
this is a high school, Carroll City, my high school jersey.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you showed it to me before. Never mind.
Yeah,
I have you on my phone, so I can't really see it.
All right, let's see if he's back. What's good?
Was my
Yes.
Back
mic not working?
again.
Was my mic not working again?
Yeah,
Nope,
we can hear you
not
now.
at all.
Oh, I don't know. You do realize that if Smith, they could just cut Smith. They're only going to have to pay $550,000 in dead cap.
We're talking about Cam Smith.
No, Jonnu Smith.
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
could trade him for something.
What are you gonna get? He had one good year. I mean,
You can
you
get
can get a used blocking sled and a couple of practice tees.
Look, to me, it's like why release him if we don't have to, right?
Right.
It's not like we're needing money where like we can't afford to pay him the contract he's already signed, right?
I mean,
So it's not that issue. It's a
All right,
matter that he wants more money. So there are teams that really need tight end and wouldn't mind having him. So why not entertain what they want?
it's just the fact that he's, McDaniel said he wasn't missing one day. He was missing the whole week. So that means he's already using the leverage. He's trying to use the leverage.
Yeah. Well,
Did you guys see that with Antonio Brown?
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I saw that yesterday.
What do you do?
I'm surprised that that whole event where he went to the boxing event and got jumped in the parking lot or whatever by all those people. And when he pulled out the gun and started shooting at people, I'm surprised they didn't. I know they arrested him for it, but why didn't they put him in jail then? Isn't that illegal to do what he did, or is it considered self-defense?
I think somebody had to file in order for it to be, attempted. If that's the same case. If that's the same case.
Well, I think the problem is the fact that the people were after I think he got the gun, they were running away from him. So once they're running away from him, they're no longer a threat.
Right.
Oh, so that's what it is. So it's the same case? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the video. Basically,
okay.
you see him like chase after them into the crowd, and then you hear shots ring out.
Yeah, so they were no longer a threat. They now if they would have continued coming to him, that's a different story.
And they found the bullets too, or the casings.
Only in Miami.
Well,
Yeah, that's why. Like for instance, if you're in an altercation that you need to use your weapon and there's bullets in the back of him, then your chances of getting off are not good, because that tells you right there that the guy was no longer a threat. He was leaving.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Let me ask you guys this: if John ends up leaving, that's a
Mhm.
Drew client. But what if Dalton Reiser becomes available and he's a Drew client also?
Who's
Do you think there's
who's representing Ramsey? Who represents Ramsey? Oh, athletes first, right? I think it was athletes first. They represent Ramsey, right?
I think you're right.
Athlete's foot?
Who
Did you say athlete's foot?
Athlete's foot.
Ramsey.
Yes, that's what they are, Michael K. It is Athlete's Foot. That's what they should change their name to. I agree 100%. I hate that company. You want
Who
to
are you
know
talking
who's
about that whipped out a gun
Antonio Brown?
recently?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's wanted for murder in Miami-Dade.
No shit. I didn't hear about
No,
that.
no one got killed, did they?
No.
No, it's wanted for attempted murder.
Oh, I thought you said wanted for murder.
I'm sorry, I may have said that, but attempted
Yeah.
murder. I apologize. People at home, it's attempted. That's what's being alleged.
What
Just so
a
you know.
dope.
Yeah, basically, okay, he got in a fight, and then after the fight was kind of broken up, he went to his car, got the gun, and chased after them and shot out.
Well, right there, he got a gun and then went back to him. That's not standing your ground. That's being a dick.
And it's on video, too.
He did get them. First of all, it wasn't by like one or two people. He was jumped by a mob, to be honest. So I do understand why he's like went and got a gun because all these people were after him and stuff. But when he chased after him and they ran away, that's where they're no longer a threat. So I do agree with that.
Right, yeah, because like you said, he went and got a gun. Went means it implies that he went back as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Had he been sitting in this, had they been chasing him while he grabbed his gun and they attacked him while he's in the right there. If they're attacking,
Yeah, but if this is a concealed state, it just depends on the event. But he's allowed to have it on him too, no? Would that make it even worse?
It depends on the property that he's on.
Now, let me ask you this: would it make it worse on him if he had it on him, or when he went to go get it?
In Florida, you can't carry concealed unless you have a permit.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
We did away with that. You don't need a permit in Florida.
Yeah,
Right. Well, you don't need a permit to have it in your house or travel.
Michael K. They
what Shake is saying is right.
They did
The
away with
permit
that
is optional now.
Yeah, they changed the rule in Florida, Michael
You don't
K.
need a license anymore.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happened was Ron DeSantis did that because if you had medical marijuana, you couldn't have a concealed license.
Oh, no shit.
So
That's unconstitutional.
So now they basically made it legal, so they can't, those people aren't affected.
Which is a lot of them in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sounds unconstitutional.
No comments.
Rick Scott. Anyway.
By law, you're allowed to have dope. And by law, you're allowed to have a gun, but by law, you can't have dope and a gun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't have if you have your. Well, they did that so it would be they figured if they add that to the bill, they will shoot down medical marijuana.
I'll tell you, the best thing that New York ever did was legalize dope.
Yeah, I'm hoping that happens this year. In the next.
We're getting the majority. We're just not getting enough of a majority to make it law. That's the problem.
60% at least.
So in New York, if you get caught with a gun, what happens?
Well, if you have a permit, nothing. You can't buy a handgun without a pistol permit. So
I thought they banned guns in New York.
Do you have to go ahead? Go ahead.
No, do you have to what?
Well, he said he thought they banned guns in New York, but my question is, do you have to have a permit in New York to purchase a firearm? If it's only a pistol, you have to have the permit. But what if it's a rifle?
No, it's funny. They just passed a year or two ago. If it's a semi-automatic rifle, you have to have a permit.
Is it
Interesting.
very well for like New York
So, like,
City?
if you want to go buy a 22 that holds like 13 in the pipe, just a plinking gun, you got to have a permit for it.
I have to have a permit for a 22. I'm sorry, I'm laughing right now.
It's
I just think
ridiculous.
that's funny.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
That's all time.
Is that purely a state law, or does that vary? Like, does New York City have any like stricter or looser laws than the rest of the state?
I think that's a state law, but there was a point that Suffolk County, like Long Island, and I don't know if the Bronx. I don't know what county the Bronx is. Like the Blues. But there used to be a law that you couldn't have handguns at all. That got abolished. That got abolished. But like counties are different. Like,
What's your form? Go get your form.
like in Erie County back in the day. See, I don't have a pistol permit. I would never go get one because I would fucking kill somebody. I would definitely shoot somebody. So I opted never to get my pistol permit. But back in the day, when you got your pistol permit in New York, you either got home defense, target pistol, or you got concealed carry. In which case, if you got home defense target pistol, you couldn't have it in your car while you were driving. It had to be locked in your trunk with bullets separate. Well, Niagara County, which I only lived, 4 miles from, they gave you a concealed carry right out of the gate. So now they've been fighting, but you also got your pistol permit in Niagara County in like 2-3 months. Erie County was up to a year. Now it's going backwards. Now Niagara County takes almost 8 or 9 months. In Erie County, get it in like a month and a half, 2 months. And then when you go buy a gun, and that's the other thing, when you go, there's no Brady law. Like Florida has the Brady law, because as long as you have a driver's license, you can go into a gun shop, buy a pistol. But you have to wait 3 days. Whether you have other pistols or not, you have to wait 3 days, correct?
Yeah.
Unless you have a concealed carry permit. But say you don't. Say you're buying a pistol on a
If I go to indoor world, I got my concealed, I can walk in and get out with one.
What's that?
If I got my concealed and I walk into indoor world, I can walk out in with something and come out with something.
Yeah, right, because you have a concealed permit. But if you're like a first-time gun buyer and you're just buying it on your driver's license that shows you're a Florida resident, you have to wait 3 days to come back and pick it up because of the Brady. Brady got shot in the head. But in New York, there's no wait. I mean, other than like if I go into a gun shop and I buy a new rifle, I fill out the ATF paperwork, or FFL, the Federal Firearms Licensing paperwork. They call it in. I get delayed every single time. But then I gotta wait maybe 3-4 hours, and then the gun shop will call me and say, "Yeah, you can come pick up your rifle." But most of the time, it takes 20 minutes.
You're welcome.
So, but Antonio Brown's an idiot, and he deserves what he gets.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I forget when it happened. I saw the video like a month ago.
Oh, this didn't happen recently?
No, it happened a while back.
It was only a month. I want to say it was early May when it happened. In fact, right after the whole ordeal, because if you remember, the boxing match was set up by the other content creator, Aiden Ross, right?
Yeah.
So
that's the guy that Tyreek hangs out with, right?
Yeah, and what ended up happening is he had this boxing event, and then all this stuff went down, and he ends up showing up on Aiden Ross. He ends up showing up on Aiden Ross's what do they call that, content or whatever, his live stream and everything afterwards, talking about it. So the whole thing
it almost sounds like they obviously can't arrest you on I can't claim that Ali shot at me and they're not just going to go arrest Ali because they have no proof. You know, they got to have probable cause, and just because I said he did it,
They found the
doesn't-
casing and there was video.
Damn, I hate the fact that you said me first, Michael. Okay, jeez. I'm
Well,
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You're the last voice I heard. But
I got you. No worries. No worries. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Then they got to open the investigation, and if they found video or, you know, probable cause to file charges and make the arrest, and then go file, you know, they can get the warrant for his arrest and go pick him up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the guy that he was shooting at identified him finally, and that's why they went.
Right. Well, again, Joe, that he identified him. He could have identified me, and I haven't been in Florida in 11 years. You know what I mean? So they still have to. You can identify anybody.
The whole thing was on video. Like you can actually see AB running it like with his gun to the crowd to go shoot at people, and they found the casings too.
Right, but they needed the casings. Maybe they needed to get DNA.
Here's the other thing,
maybe
though.
They had to get something, a fingerprint.
They may also had to have looked at the video of all the whole crowd going at him, trying to get his chains off of his body too. So they probably have to look at that to make sure whoever's saying that he did this isn't part of that also, because he could have a case. Technically, he could have a case that he was he thought his life was being threatened. So he could have a leg to stand on, to be honest. Still,
it might never even come to trial. It might get dismissed. You never know.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Well, is this from him pressing charges, or is this just from the state or city or whatever going after Antonio Brown for the incident?
Well, if it's a felony, you don't have to press charges.
Right.
The state can just pick it up and say we're going to prosecute, just like domestic violence.
Right.
You know, some dude beats up his old lady, and she's like, well, "I don't want to write." Well, you know what? Too bad. We're going to go after him anyways. We've seen the evidence of the beating, and doesn't matter. You just can't drop charges. I don't even understand what any of that is anymore. Misdemeanors, yeah, maybe, but the state wants their money regardless. They're going to get you for something.
Well, there's certainly going to be discussion on AB's mental health again through this. As they needed something to talk about this summer, so I'm sure that topic's going to come up in certain channels.
Was the gun legally his?
Yeah, I believe. Where does he? I don't even know where he lives. I believe he's a Florida resident, but yeah, the gun is his.
Because that'll open a can of worms too. Because now if they're going to go after his mental state, that's not going to do good for the Florida gun laws. Then you're going to get the lobbyists that they're going to try to shut that down and make everybody take a Wonderlic.
That's a good point. I didn't think about the mental health with gun ownership thing. But he has security guards, if I'm not mistaken. I'm kind of confused at how it all went down.
They also what do they call it? They could very well take his guns from him too, permanently.
Oh yeah, well, in New York, if you're found mentally incompetent, they can take your guns. But the only way they can take your guns other than that is if you're convicted of a felony. And that's a federal law.
That's the right person to take guns away from, because he's likely going to be a danger to someone or himself at some point in the future.
Obviously, I'm a huge gun advocate. But these idiots that we elected into office and stuff are putting all these laws in New York to keep the guns out of the criminals' hands. Do you actually think they're going to follow that law? They're criminals, for Christ's sake.
Right.
They're criminals. So guess what? You can't have a Glock 19 that holds 17 in New York. You can only hold like 7, I believe. I think the magazine.
Michael K. I don't think the goal of any law is to totally eliminate it. It's to discourage crimes, just in case you get caught breaking the law.
Well, guess what? You're right, Crypto. But guess what? Criminals don't care about the laws.
That doesn't mean you don't make them to discourage them from doing it. Well, then just get rid of all laws then.
Well, no,
an axe murder or a serial murder don't care about the law, the murder being against the law in the books neither.
Well, you look at it
So
this
you're
way.
gonna get rid of murder as a crime?
So you're getting held up by a criminal. You both have the same exact gun. I'm a law-abiding citizen, so my gun only holds 7 bullets, while his is holding 17. Who has the upper hand? You know what I mean? And
Well,
that's the whole point.
well, then you get 17 bullets.
No, you don't. Not in New York State, because then now you're breaking the law. Law-abiding citizens won't break the law because they don't want to lose their right to bear arms. So they're going to have the clip that you're allowed to have in New York or the magazine. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
you're saying 7. You're saying 7 bullets?
in New York State,
Hold
you
on.
can't have a magazine that holds more than I think it's 7 bullets.
I thought it was way more than that, but 7 bullets. I mean,
In New York
yeah,
State,
but
yeah.
if you got 7 and you can still use another clip to reload.
Yeah, well, yeah, that takes time though. Meanwhile, the crook is shooting at you with. He's got 7 more shots or 10 more shots to shoot at you. You know, while you're fumbling, I don't know if you ever getting shot at, but it's probably not that easy to reload your gun when you're getting shot at.
No, I get that. I was just thinking from me being a military person, I'm not kind of guy that don't tend to waste ammo. I'm the guy that same 7 bullets, 8 people would be dead.
Right? No, and I understand, but most people that are gun owners never shot at somebody.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah.
Uh-oh. It went down. It's going down.
What's going down?
What's that? Somebody got traded? Who got traded? I heard the bell. Was that the ESPN bell?
That was my text message going off.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody got traded or something. You hear that?
No,
ESPN bell.
I think my buddy just cracked a woodchuck at about 300 yards. Hold on.
Durant actually might get traded in the next few days, just so you know.
I'm thinking. I was hoping that there was breaking news that Stephen Ross has sold the team. That's what I was hoping for. I'm trying to hit some good news.
That would be.
I have
bro,
to wait until August. I have to wait
Crypto,
until August for that news.
Crypto, if that were to happen, bro, oh man, I think things would change in a good way.
Cap for Life, I tell everybody every year, every summer, that Ross is going to sell the team on August the 15th. He's probably going to make me right one of these days. He's going to, yep, the team is gone. And I'm like, yep, I predicted it 5 years ago.
Oh, Jesus Christ. How do I turn that off?
Yeah, you got to go to the notifications and then hit mute on the app, on the ESPN app.
No. That's my text messages. I don't even. I don't
just
get
text message. Well, SMS message. I mean,
I just silenced it.
for notifications. Then choose SMS, and then it'll mute it.
Well, they're starting to cut the first round of hay, so my buddy went woodchucking today. He shot one at about 300 yards.
You said a woodchuck?
Huh?
Oh damn! They out at this time. Just the woodchuck season.
Yeah, as soon as they cut the hay fields the first time, the first cut, then you can see them again. So if you get a nice sunny bluebird day, you just go sit in the field and wait for the little critters to pop up and crack them. Farmers love you for it.
Good old fashioned woodchucks. Love it. My first time driving a truck in the Northeast, I think I was in Massachusetts at the time, doing the pickup, and it was a bunch of it was one little beaver and a gopher came out, this little metal tubing. I was like, oh man, they were just coming out. The snow was just thawing out a little bit, and they came out of that little tubing. It was funny seeing all the wildlife out there.
Yeah, they'll come out. On any nice day, they'll come out because they're in their dens and burrows and stuff.
Yeah, it was a beaver and a gopher. It was like I'm like, man, they just walked out like it was nothing, just walking around.
Beaver, I'll tell you what, beavers cause they make a mess of your property if you don't get them out.
Yeah, they
My
do.
buddy,
They
my buddy
chew
had a
and gnaw
picture.
on everything.
Michael K, I got a question. Do you eat beaver?
Of the female
I've never.
persuasion, not the varmint, not the varmint.
Good question, Ali.
I was just verifying.
That's a good question, Ali. That's a good
Yeah,
one. I
not the
like.
varmint kind. No.
No, but out of curiosity, because I know some people eat squirrel or rabbit and stuff like that. Do people eat
Mm.
beavers? That's my question in real life.
Yeah, some people do.
That's an industry. That's a big industry. Ali.
Some people eat. See, you can't kill beavers in New York State.
Oh no.
No, you got to trap them. And in Canada, if you get caught killing a beaver, you go to jail.
Is
Oh,
that a
you go to
protected
jail for
species?
anything you do in Canada. To be honest, so I mean, you can't do
Is
nothing there.
so that's a protected species like bear, like grizzly.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
beavers
okay.
like
They
that.
protect the
Beavers,
grizzlies too.
the third world country's national animal or something.
Yeah. I know the grizzlies are pretty protected, and what's the other one? Not the moose.
Yeah, well,
You can't hit a you can't run a well. You can hit a moose, but you got to report. You gotta call the Mounties.
yeah. I'll tell you what. If you hit a moose, you ain't surviving unless you're in a tractor trailer.
Yeah, right. Cause that thing come through your windshield. It's
They're
taking you
on
out.
legs. Yeah, you'll just flip up and they go right through your windshield. It's not like hitting a
Yeah,
deer.
right.
You can
Exactly.
go
Because
out
they
and
so
hit a cow.
tall.
But I got a buddy of mine. He's an absolute bandit. He's the type of person that if there was only 13 whooping cranes left in the world, he'd say, "I'm going to shoot one because I want to get one before they're all gone."
Before they all gone.
Yeah, he'll shoot them before they're all gone, even though they're endangered.
That's a lot of meat,
he's a
though. The
bandit.
moose is huge. I think one can feed you for at least 6 months.
Yeah, I'll
Does
tell you what,
does moose
that's the
meat
only wild game I'll eat.
taste like venison at all?
No, moose meat and caribou. If I had to choose, I would eat moose over caribou, but those are the two best meats I've ever had.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've had
Yeah.
bison. I love bison. I've had bison, and I've had venison.
I like
Yeah,
venison too, but I like
Bison's real
bison
good.
much more. I agree with you.
Yeah,
If
bison's much better.
when I shoot a deer, if I don't give it to somebody, I grind the whole thing up and feed it to my dogs.
Damn.
Oh yeah, they
Yeah.
like the taste of it. They
eat their own shit.
they don't
Rick.
mind eating it.
Nah, they eat their own shit.
Oh, I thought dogs were more pickier than that. I thought they spit that stuff out.
No, not lab.
Actually, to be honest, dogs are known to have a delicacy of eating cat shit. So yeah, no, thank you.
God.
Oh, yeah, that's a treat for them.
Yeah, it is. It is. Ugh. Ugh.
Actually, my dogs don't eat their own shit though, because I give them pumpkin supplement.
Oh yeah, pumpkin is something that's really good for their skin and fur. To be honest, it really is. I actually also use the. I'm one of the few people that don't buy the big bags of the dry food. I go and buy what is it? Something healthy. That I buy from the pet store. It's it's refrigerated. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, like farmer's pet or something.
Yeah, the actual really good meat for them, and I cut it up into pieces, and I also put some pumpkin in there. I might add. I sometimes do add a little bit of dry food in there just to give them some crunch, but that's pretty much it.
See, my dogs eat. They eat the kibble Monday through Friday,
Mm-hmm.
and on the weekends they'll get chicken. Homemade chicken and rice or something. I'll throw some broccoli in for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then
that's what my brother-in-law does. He has two oversized Great Danes. They're above average size of a Great Dane, so you imagine how big they are. and he cooks up chicken breasts for them on the grill and gives them rice and everything.
Yeah,
Ali.
I don't cook. I don't cook the chicken breast. I boil it and then I put it in the food processor and then blend it all together for them, and then freeze it.
Gotcha.
Because my buddy will eat. I get 20 meat chickens a year. They're like $2 a piece, and then they're free range, so they just go out and eat. And in 7 weeks, they're probably, roaster size, 7-8 pounds. He butchers them and gives me the carcasses. And then I'll spend a weekend just boiling chicken and cooking rice.
So you get 20 of them for $2 a piece?
Yeah, it's like $60.
That's not bad.
And then that'll last me all year long. Roughly all year if I give it to them on the weekend.
Ali,
And it doesn't cost anything to feed. But I got another puppy coming in 7 weeks. Shut up, you fucker.
Ali, did
What's
Shake?
up, Crypto?
Ali,
What's up?
did Shake tell you we was going to go camping? We're going to go out there and hang out in Alligator Alley and pick up some alligators, and we're going to kill them with our bare hands, and then we're going to skin them up and put them on the grill. We're going to create this big bonfire out there, Lake Okeechobee.
Shit, let me know when. I'll meet y'all.
Yeah. I'm coming down there at the end of the month.
You wouldn't find me doing that shit. Not with poisonous snakes out there. Fuck that.
Yeah. Yeah. Going down there to catch some gators, man.
I don't care about gators. It's a poisonous snakes. Fuck. I'm sneezing like crazy. I'm lucky I hit the mute button. The fucking allergies are killing me.
What's up, Aquavision?
So, Psycho Dolphin was saying he had a Mark K sighting the other day, but he doesn't remember what Dolphins chat it was in. Well, that didn't work, Crypto. Fucking text message went off again.
Is it the same one?
You didn't. Oh, you didn't go to hit the silencer button?
No, I thought I turned the whole volume down, but it must have been just for the ringer. I go to settings and do it that way. I'll just put on vibrate. Oh. Yeah, you won't catch me anywhere near poisonous snakes. Fuck that.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not into snakes at all, even if they're not poisonous. I mean, I'll probably pick one of them if I know that they're not poisonous, but I don't like them.
Yeah, well, like in we only have timber rattlers here in New York, and we don't have many of them. So any snake you see, if it's not making noise with its tail, it's safe. It's not poisonous. I'll pick them up. I don't care. It's the poisonous ones that I won't fuck with.
Yeah.
And they're more near like Allegheny in Pennsylvania, because you got Allegheny National Forest, which is in Pennsylvania, and you got Allegheny, New York, which is right next to each other, and they're spelled differently. What's beeping?
That's my air.
Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. So, what a hockey game!
The sky just opened.
Hockey game last night.
Yeah, it was like what, 3-0. It came back.
Yeah, they won 5-4. It was unbelievable. One of the best hockey games I've ever seen. I might actually sit down and watch the Pacers win tonight too.
Yeah. Yeah, they
8:30.
win.
Yeah, they're up 2 games.
Close to winning. Yep.
It'll suck though, because if they go up 3-1, then they'll win. Then I think it's 1-1-1. Goes back and forth between Oklahoma and Indiana. So I think if they win it tonight, they'll win it in.
Hey, what's
They
going
get
on?
a chance to win it back at home. Yeah.
Hey, Crypto, what color you want your
Yeah.
Insomnia shirt?
You got the black one.
Yeah, I'll get you a black one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you got aqua too, right?
Yeah, aqua, orange, black, white, and gray.
Oh, same
Black,
colors
white,
as a Bud Light can.
What?
Same colors as a Bud Light can.
No. Bud Light cans are blue and red like the Buffalo Bills.
I don't think so, Tim.
Yeah. Bud Light is blue, just like that
Right.
that logo that El Capitan is wearing on his shirt.
Oh yeah, it's blue and white. It's the old ones before they the old ones. Now they're just blue and.
Mm-hmm. So which one you want? Which one you want? Black Insomnia shirt?
Give me the aqua one.
All right, that's what's up. I'll have it
That's
before
good.
you get it when you get here.
Okay. That's cool. You want to order it for the Chargers game or the Colts game?
No, when you come in Orlando, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I see you in Orlando,
Okay.
yeah, I'll come. I'll drive 2 hours to see you, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's cool. Yeah, I'll be getting in the afternoon. That's cool. I could pick it up there. Boy, it's raining cats and dogs here, boy. Jesus, the sky opened up. That's because a lot of moisture. It's so hot. It was like 98 degrees. Nowhere for all that water to go, but to fall back down.
Yeah, I hate the rain.
Mhm. Yep, here comes the rain again, falling on my head like a memory.
It was supposed to rain here today. It never did.
It's falling on my head like a new emotion.
Oh, it looks like it's gonna rain now. Actually,
Yeah, it's definitely coming down hard now. That's crazy because I think I left my I'm building a fireplace and I left the freaking base paver in the freaking yard, so it's probably gotten wet now. So hopefully I didn't ruin it.
By the way,
And the sand, god damn, I'm gonna have to let it dry out now because it's gonna be soaked.
I'm doing on Insomnia. I have a segment that I'm gonna do. It's called Now and Then, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be doing certain players from certain teams who's better. This player or the player like one of their all-time greats. So now that you're up here, Michael K, who would you, in your honest opinion, who do you think is a better quarterback, Josh Allen or Jim Kelly?
right. If you had to ask me right now,
Yeah,
Jim Kelly.
Yeah, I will go with Kelly.
but
now.
I think
as far as
maybe
potential, I would
there's still
say
time
Allen.
to change that answer. You know what I'm saying? But as of now, yeah.
Yeah, as of right now, Jim Kelly.
As of now, it's still Kelly, right?
You know, I mean, what has Allen really done? Yeah, granted, he got an MVP, but Jim Kelly's in the Hall of Fame. Jim Kelly went to 4 Super Bowls. Jim Kelly won 4 AFC Championship games. You know what I mean? He just did more.
So you saying if Allen wins a couple of AFC Championship games, you think that'll be enough to
I think
pass
the Super
Kelly?
Bowl, winning the Super Bowl might help. Kind
Well,
of
yeah,
winning
Super
winning one Super Bowl will pass him up. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you ask me that in 5 years, I'll probably say Allen.
Right.
You know what I mean? And there was, a lot of people say, well, Jim Kelly had everything around him. What did he have? He had Thurman Thomas and Andre Reed. Basically that's all he had.
On offense, that's all he had. About defense, he did have a decent defense. They had an okay defense.
The defense was fantastic. The defense is what won us games.
That's what I'm
You know,
saying. He had definitely had that. They had the linebackers. They had the linemen. He had it pretty good.
dude, that is probably one of the best linebacker duos of all time was Shane Conlon and Cornelius Bennett. That was probably the best linebacker duo of all time. I in my opinion.
Yeah,
I
and you
remember
guys had March Broda was your offensive guy that started that no huddle thing. Ted Marchibroda.
Ted Marchibroda. And then here's a fun fact: Jim Kelly's the last quarterback to call his own plays 100% of the time.
Yeah, that's true. He did. He called it 100% of the time. I mean, they had an offensive coordinator, but on game day, yeah, like you said, Kelly actually called the plays.
Yeah, well,
It's just they scripted it before the game. Marchibroda scripted it. He did the script, and then Kelly just did it according to how he saw it.
Yeah, because they were running that. And here's the other one. Everybody thinks, well, not everybody, because some people know the actual fact, but the K-Gun offense, as it was named, wasn't named after Jim Kelly. It was named after Keith McKellar, the tight end.
McKellar?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting fun fact.
Yeah, because everybody thought
Keith McKellar.
Keith McKellar was the name of the K-Gun, and everybody thought it was Kelly. Because everything that they ran, McKellar hardly ever got the ball. The only time he got the ball is when something didn't go right, and he was always open.
Right.
But who the hell? Somebody ran the no huddle before Marchibroda put it into play.
No, it was Cincinnati. It was Cincinnati with the sugar huddle. They did it. I think Cincinnati was the one with Sam Weish.
Yeah, somebody ran.
I want to say it was him.
Bill just took it to the next level.
Took it to that guy. They took it to the next level, and then Chip Kelly put it on speed dial. Where he did it every 7 seconds. You had to run a play, and I was like, dang. I was like, people was getting winded. They couldn't keep up. But yeah, Chip Kelly took it he took the no huddle concept and then put it on speed dial. Like, we're gonna run a play every 7 seconds. I'm like, God damn.
See, well, and the other thing that the defense hated it because they didn't get their breathers because they go down and score in 4 or 5 plays, they're right back on the field again.
They're back on the field. They was mad, yeah. You got to have I think more so your defense has got to be in shape because they constantly back on the field playing because they're huddling and they're out there. You know what I'm saying? So, man, that was crazy seeing Chip Kelly do when he did bring that to the NFL.
Yeah, nobody could figure it out. They knew it was coming, but they couldn't stop it.
Right.
Couldn't stop.
Still trying to get up, and they was out of alignment. They was barely back out, back at the line of scrimmage, and they was out of alignment. The ball was being snapped, so they was all constantly on their heels. Defenses was constantly on their heels because the ball's being snapped. Like, oh shit, I'm supposed to cover this guy. Defensive coordinators had to be like, okay, play a base defense and just try to match them with speed for speed.
There was one coach. I can't remember the coach, but he said his game plan was to commit penalties so they could get a change.
Just so they could get, yeah. So they could be able to substitute. Yeah, that's a clever way to try to do it. Okay, we'll take a 5-yard penalty here, but just so we can substitute.
Yeah, just jump off sides because then they got to throw the flag, and people knew it was coming. There was a hand signal because they obviously didn't have the earpieces in. There was a hand signal to the side, jump off sides. We got to get people in there.
Got to get the people in. Yeah, that was a good workaround. Yeah, you could say that was a pretty good workaround. At least slow it down.
I don't know if you remember. Remember back in 2000, I want to say it was 2019 because I remember it was Brady's last year, where Adam Gase was trying to get a penalty to stop the clock, and Belichick was declining it so the clock won't stop.
Yeah,
hey guys.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, but the best part was in the playoff game against the Titans. Brabo did the same thing to him.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Hmm. He said, "What goes around comes around." Huh?
Mm-hmm. What's up, JC? How you doing, man?
Oh, dude, just chilling. Had the day off today. Been drinking and sleeping.
Mhm.
Drinking and sleeping.
Yeah, on and off.
Yeah, that's good. I still gotta wait for 5 hours before I can do that.
Yeah, no, I got to work
At
tomorrow
least 5
morning, though.
hours before I get back to the cabinet.
Dude, I actually just picked
Actually, I
up
got nothing
like
in the cabinet. I got
2
all
new
the
bottles. I picked up. They just came out with a new Wild Turkey 101 8-year, and then I got a Jack Daniel's 12-year honey that they just came out with.
the honey Jack Daniels. So I don't think I've tried
Yeah.
honey Jack. I tried the apple one.
I've had the Sinatra 12-year,
Yeah.
but it does go down really smooth for 90 proof, but
Mm. Mm.
haven't cracked the honey open yet. I'm waiting for Shake to get his the drinking show going.
Oh yeah.
So, dude, I'll come on and show my bar that I have up in my back.
Yeah, man. As a matter of fact, the
Right.
one of the guests I had on in the blender, I had Can 954 crypto yesterday on in the blender, and found out he
You have to go back and watch it.
He works for a winery, so yeah, man. I'm definitely linking up with him when I do the show.
Was that tape delayed? Because it looked like he got a haircut.
Huh?
Who did?
No, I didn't. No, I just comb it. I can't wear an afro for work, so I got to slick back my hair.
Yeah.
Oh. So you got the Rick
I
James look.
I had some good trolls, but I didn't get acknowledged.
Do.
I had some good trolls,
Jake's
but I
got the
didn't
Rick
get
James.
acknowledged.
No, I heard them before, so that's why I was like, oh, it's nothing new. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure it was. When he was talking about being the executive chef at the Marriott restaurants. I said, oh, so you're the one responsible for the muscles chewing like rubber.
Mike, are you doing anything during the bill season? Like any cigar hangouts or anything like that?
Yeah, we got to have a meeting. Yeah, we got to have a meeting upcoming here. They got 6 primetime games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we got to have a meeting. I think they're all sold out already. I know that much. We just don't know where they're going to be and what we're going to serve and all that other shit. We got to do the menus and.
Because my brother, he actually just bought a house out in North Tonawanda. He just bought a new house out there.
Yeah, I do know that we have we're going to call it a house band. They're going to play every week for entry into the party.
Yeah.
So instead of making their $400 or $500, they get, they play for what, half hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour. Then they get to eat, drink, but I was telling Doc, a buddy of mine's band, he's got a Scorpions tribute band.
Yeah.
Which I was never a big fan of the Scorpions, but they're going to Seattle. And they got 3 shows somewhere in Seattle later this fall.
Oh yeah.
Are they gonna play Winds of Change?
Yeah, they play. Yeah, they play it all.
That's one of the old.
They play everything. They play all the. Yeah, they play all the Scorpions' greatest hits. I don't really like any of them, but.
Yeah, that's an old one back from the '90s, from 30 years ago.
Yeah.
They're getting like $4,000 or $5,000 a show for a tribute.
It's too bad the AFC's roundtable. They're not going to be spotted in Buffalo though, even though they're coming out here. TD won't get to get the real experience because he's hanging out with Tard Mitchell.
Allegedly, they're having. Well, I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say too much on tape. Let's put it that way. But allegedly, they're going to have some kind of show at a local brewery here.
No, it's not. It's not. Maybe out in Hamburg or something like that, but they're not actually coming to the city.
No, it's downtown. Yeah, where he's claiming they're going to have it is downtown.
Oh,
It's the old. Well, you know what I won't say. It's the old 716 bar that Pagula opened up and sold. That's where it's
in the
allegedly supposed to
stadium,
be.
but the stadium
Nah,
is outside of that.
Yeah, it's way. Yeah. The stadium's about in Orchard Park. Dude, I would love to do a show and even have TFTG guys come out to like where I live because I'm in the city, crypto, but I'm in like North Buffalo, which is basically like an Italian area. But we have a lot of dive bars and shit, and we actually our wing spots are on the Buffalo Trail as well.
Man, I tell you what, if the game wasn't a Thursday night, I would have. If it would have been like a Sunday 1:00 game, I would have went to that game.
Yeah, I've
instead
been
of instead of Indy, I would have went to that.
I went
game.
last year to the 1:00 game Sunday. I drove. Remember, we did the show overnight. Remember? I got there that morning.
The tickets in the stadium this year are absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, dude, that's why I won't go. It's like $500.
It's the last game. I mean, it's the last season. That's probably why.
Yeah, but they're going to get worse with the new stadium, though.
New stadium, and then they took away 10,000 seats, right?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, they took 10,000. Yeah, just over 10,000. I think it was the final number.
Yeah.
But you also got to remember too. Now the season ticket holders, they got to pay PCLs as well now. You know.
Right.
Yeah, the PSL. I think they're like even for shitty seats, like $20,000.
Yeah.
For 30 years, so you're spending just under $1,000 a year plus the price of the ticket.
Yeah. Yeah.
But something happened. Something happened with that because M&T was supposed to be the ones giving the mortgages out for these PSLs.
Yeah.
And now you don't hear about it anymore. And there was a bunch of bitching because they were only giving you X amount of time to pay it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Kathy Hochul, she's an absolute dipshit. She was in Congress the other day. Fucking idiot.
And we got ourselves a little flood out here. We need to level this freaking thing.
By the way, speaking of wild turkey, have you ever had the rare breed?
Yeah. I actually had it about 2-3 weeks ago. I bought a bottle.
How is it?
Oh no, it's really good. A lot of people actually compare it to the 101 8-year, but it was pretty. I liked it. It was my buddy that runs the liquor store right around the corner from me. He's the one that got me to start getting into like that's his favorite is wild turkey. I'm more of like a Buffalo Trace, Blanton's type of person.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
What's Matthew McConaughey's
Buffalo
wild
Trace? Don't they got different flavored Buffalo Traces too? I thought I saw Cherry Bomb.
I don't think so. I've just seen just regular Buffalo Trace.
Oh.
But when I get Buffalo Trace, I don't buy it. I don't buy it here. I actually get it online. I go to this guy named Bruzel. He sells it about $39, I think, online. But normally, if you go to a liquor store, it's about $60.
This one, you'll see it.
Right.
Now, if you ever want something decent with cherry, though, you can also go, Red Stag Jim Beam. A lot of people like.
Yeah, I'm more of a brandy type of guy.
Yeah, but for me, I would just rather buy grenadine and mix it instead of just getting something flavored. Because the proof also, when you buy something with a flavor, the proof is also always lower.
Yeah, because of the sugar.
Yeah.
The sugar cuts the alcohol.
Yeah. The same thing with like Crown. You could buy easily like a bottle like original Crown is about what, $35. But you get anything flavored like a Crown Peach or anything like that, it's about 40.
Damn, it's $30 in over here. A big bottle or a small bottle?
No, I'm talking about just a like 175.
Okay, yeah, that's $40 over here.
Yeah,
Because 750 is like $20, 22.
yeah.
I won't drink it because it comes from Canada.
Mm.
I'm not a big like my
Canada's
cheap
got some good
go-to.
beer.
My cheap go-to is like
that anymore, crypto.
I was gonna say my cheap go-to is Jack Daniels because you could normally get about you can get the liter, and then they always come with something like you get like 2 glasses or some sort of gift box with it for about $60. What's your prices out in Miami for like or Florida area for white Hennessy?
We don't carry white Hennessy.
No, we
Not
can
yet.
get it,
At least
but
not
it's
yet.
about $90, $80 around the area.
Yeah, it just came into the States before. You weren't allowed to bring it.
Yeah, yeah. The way to get it was through cruises, and on a cruise you could get it for about $30, I think. But even for just a little bottle, it's about $80. But we have a lot of places here. They started getting it.
Well, it's like Cuba. You can get Cuban cigars here now too, and they suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't know this, but Cuba are they're sourcing their tobacco from other countries. So that's why
I think I heard you say that, Jake.
Yeah.
Is it also with the paper as well? The wrap? Yeah.
Yeah, man. I actually had some pretty good Cubans from Lucci his buddy gave me a handful of Cubans, and they're pretty good, man. The Cohibas,
yeah,
outstanding.
I tried this one. I forget the name. I think it was like Upman or something like that. I found it through Tristan Tate, Andrew Tate's brother. It was pretty good. But I smoked
the new company that's doing pretty well, big things, is Nicaragua. Nicaragua are especially like the Olive brands. Nicaragua is coming up as far as the cigars are concerned.
Yeah. Do you do cognac with your cigars, Shake?
Yeah, I pretty much do everything. Wine.
Yeah. Because that's how I got into like the bourbons and stuff. Like when I started smoking cigars, that's when I really got into it. Yeah.
The thing I like about cigars is it gives you it makes me feel mellow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Since it make you feel mellow, do you drink mellow yellow along with it?
No, mellow yellow. Dude, I can't. I don't understand why people people could drink Mountain Dew, dude.
Or what is it? What is it? Starry? Yeah. Starry is the new Sierra Mist, right?
Which one?
Starry. That was the rebrand of Sierra Mist.
Yeah, because somebody somebody bought the name Sierra Mist.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, have you guys tried the new? They have this new. I saw the new Sprite that came out. I think it's like Sprite with tea in it.
Oh yeah, I heard that was nasty.
Yeah, no, I never tried it.
Okay, I gotta try it now.
I was thinking about it because like sometimes
if it's mango flavored, I'll do it.
I think it's just like normal. Yeah.
By the way, Sprite. My go-to is Sprite and Blackberry Crown.
Dude, I haven't even tried.
Yeah,
I
that
haven't
sounds good.
tried that, and I wanted to do it with the Mountain Dew or not. Dr. Pepper came out with that blackberry,
Mm-hmm.
and I wanted to
Mhm.
get a bottle of that and try it to mix with.
Yeah.
But for me,
Yeah,
I did.
Dr. Pepper.
I didn't see a zero sugar one because I'm diabetic, so I can't have too much sugar. So I was
Yeah,
looking
you
for
have to be
that.
diet.
Yeah, that's true. Sierra Mist is an OnlyFans model, owns the rights now.
An OnlyFans model. Nah,
Are you serious?
Yeah.
damn. Tell you what.
They
Oh,
they
damn.
let it they let the contract run out on it and before they were able to renew the contract, she slipped in there and
Do we
got
have
it.
a tornado here? That's a crazy looking cloud.
Dude, I'll never forget Michael K introducing me to Bernie Kosar's daughter. Have you guys checked that video out?
No, but yeah, I seen that not too long ago. Yeah, Bernie.
Bernie's
Yeah.
daughter. Huh?
Yeah.
Mm,
That was a
damn.
while ago.
He
Yeah.
seem old. He's got kids out there, old, getting up there.
Well, what's her name? Lexi
His daughter's
Steele.
probably what, mid-30s now or something like
Yeah.
that?
Dude, I just checked it out the other day. I got grossed out. I watched that Bonnie Blue 1,000 Men video. Dude, that was insane.
Mm.
I was grossed out by it. After seeing what men were doing,
Mm.
after other people have already been there, and no.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
That's a tornado cloud.
Dude, she went through I guess she couldn't even she went through mental challenges doing it.
Mhm.
It really messed up with her.
I'm seeing things now. I haven't even been drinking.
No.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna probably start seeing flying houses and stuff, and
I'm being late today because I got to work tomorrow. So I just been doing Amsterdams and cranberry juice.
Yeah.
mm,
I had 2 beers at dinner. I'm done.
Dude, the only time I drink beer now is if I'm eating, but
Yeah.
I've been going to actually what's it called? What's this place? Mike, you probably know they got the 50-cent wings. It's down in
that's pretty cheap for wings.
Oh,
One is
Porter's.
almost $1. It's 90 cents.
Porter's. Porter's. I think it's called.
Yeah, Porter's place.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been going up there.
Michael, I'm like you. I can't remember the last time I drank to get drunk. I don't drink to get drunk anymore.
Me too, Shake. I'm the same way. I drink just to get a little buzz, just to get a,
Yeah.
just something to put you on the edge of not
take
complete
off the edge.
drunkenness, but just to,
You know what? I'm sick of feeling like shit the next day.
right
Yep.
at the moment the head start spinning, but not quite spinning. That's when you know you had a nice drink.
In crypto, when I go too bad, I'm done for the next 2 days, and I hate life. But no, I'm the same way. Now I get even edible, even weed nowadays. I can't smoke a blunt anymore without feeling retarded after I smoke. So now I can
Right.
eat one edible or something like that just to chill out. But anything more than that, no, I'm done.
Yeah.
The shit they spray it with now is what makes it too strong.
Hey, Psycho Dolphin. What's going on, Psycho Dolphin?
Hey, what's going
What's
on,
going
Shay?
on, Mr. Pope?
Mr. Paul, how you doing?
How's
What's up,
everybody doing?
Psycho?
Yeah,
How's everybody doing?
pretty good.
Too blessed to be stressed,
Pretty
baby.
good. Yeah. I'm seeing all kinds of clouds. I might get picked up and scooped and thrown into Oz.
So where you at?
Right now I'm driving to DC, about to go to Maryland. About to go back to Maryland. But
But crypto,
yeah,
you're from
these clouds are
you're from
spooking me out.
Baltimore, right? You're from Baltimore, right?
Nah, I live in right outside of Washington, DC.
I
Hey,
got you.
About 40 minutes from Baltimore.
Hey, so before the tornado comes, make sure you get yourself some red heels. That way you can click them 3 times and go back home.
Good.
I might have to do that, Jake. I'm gonna have to click my heels 3 times.
Yeah.
There's no place like
Hell
home.
yeah. It's no place like home.
Get lost crypto, follow the yellow brick road, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep. Mike, was Mark K on a show yesterday? Because I remember, I think yesterday I saw you were saying something about Mark.
Crazy Dolphin called him Mark K instead of Michael K.
No, Crazy Dolphin saw him on a show.
No,
Oh, really?
actually, I actually did chat with Mark K.
Okay, how's he doing?
He seemed to be doing okay. I'm glad
Okay.
he is. You know, I'm gonna say this again so people can understand. I love my team and what have you. Even though the Bills are our rival, when it
Mhm.
comes down to people's health and this and that, you know, if you're down
Yeah.
and out, I'm gonna pray for you. I mean, automatically, that's just me. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
no,
pray
no,
for you.
I like
So
Mark,
it's
man.
it's not all about the team no more. And
Yeah.
I heard that Mark was sick, so I've been keeping him in my
Yeah,
prayer.
he's real old. Yeah, he's old.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I think he moved to New Mexico too, I think.
No,
yeah, he
he's
did with his daughter.
Yeah, New Mexico. Yeah, he lives in New Mexico.
Yeah, he's in
But
Albuquerque.
he sounds good.
Last year when I remember last year I went to New Mexico for my honeymoon. I was hoping to see him. I know, man. New Mexico is small as hell, man.
Yeah.
Everything is like 15 minutes away from each other, just about.
And
Dude,
he
I
was
wonder what
last time
happened
he was
to
on the panel
Amicus.
was Pete Channel. 4th of July week. He came up on Pete's channel. That was the last time I seen him on the panel. Was he was on Pete's channel last year, last 4th of July. Yep. Yeah, he was up there. He was up there when Pete did a stream. Yeah, he came on the show.
Dude, I wonder whatever happened to Amicus because I haven't seen Amicus in
I haven't heard.
like 2 years.
I haven't seen Amicus in about a few months. I saw
Dude,
him.
it's been years. Yeah, it's been 2
Was he on a
years.
channel? Mr. Pope, was he on somebody's channel?
Well, Amicus? Yeah, but he was on somebody's channel. He was on there, and then from that point on, I haven't seen him since then.
Whatever happened? What was it? Stephen D. Whatever happened to Stephen D?
Yeah, I haven't seen Steven in a minute too.
I don't know.
Yeah, he since retired from his Furnace show because he moved.
Allegedly, he's in Mississippi running a radio show. Me personally, I think he's doing 3 to 5 for wire fraud.
But you know what? I remember that.
Okay, 3 to 5.
I remember the show where
He's a
they
law-abiding
were like.
citizen.
I remember the show that they had. I think it was it TFTG that hosted it, where Reason came on, exposed that one other guy. What was his something? I forget the other guy that Stephen D had on, but then Reason exposed him like scamming Doll Freaky or some shit.
Jason, you talking about JC, you talking about Jason Sonny or something?
Yeah. Jason Sarney, yeah. But I remember a Reason coming on, and he was like, they exposed Stephen D for scamming Doll Freaky, and then I never saw him after that.
No, but I mean, I think
it's here or there. Like, who knows what actually happened?
Yeah, because
you know?
here's the thing. Dolph Freaky has been on his podcast many times.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So if that was the case, she wouldn't deal with him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like it kind of like Mike on Mike, because Mike on Mike disappeared for a little while, but he had to take care of his family situation. Nothing bad. He just took some time off, and then he came on back.
Listen, if I could get a job doing my company, right? The type of job that I'm hoping to get, you probably won't see him. You won't see me as much as you.
Yeah. No, it's all, dude. You got to take care of yourself first.
Mm-hmm.
And some people just move on, just like Larry L, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, man. Listen, I'm not doing this the same reason is doing. I'm not doing this I'm doing this to enjoy myself and meet people and
Right,
and
exactly.
just enjoy myself.
Yeah.
I'm not taking it too
Right.
seriously.
Yeah. I'm
I
going to
mean,
take Shake. I'm going to punch the media in the mouth. They've
Yeah.
been bad. They've been on a bad behavior. So I'm gonna have to go punch the media out in South Florida. Have to set the record straight.
Hell yeah.
They haven't been honest with the fan base.
I won't do it, but I'll clap on. I'll clap you on, and even when they're tasing you, I'm still like, that's my dog Crypto.
You know, but I actually do have a take for about the Dolphins.
Mhm.
What do you guys think about Bobby Slowick? Because he was considered to be like one of the best coaching hires that anybody could have got before he had that one down year. But the Texans also had one of the worst offensive lines. What do you guys think about him taking over if they do decide to get rid of McDaniel? And then do you think they maybe hired him for that reason?
No,
Um,
I think they're gonna clean house if they get rid of McDaniel.
Yeah. I mean, the only way that makes sense is if they keep, let's say for instance,
But he has no ties to McDaniels.
I don't
Like Bobby
well,
Slowick is.
No.
well, they're good buddies. Remember, they
Yeah.
came from they came from the Shanahan. He was a Shanahan coach. They
Yeah.
both remember. He was the in when him and the coach from Houston were in San Francisco. Bobby
Yeah.
Slowick was the pass game coordinator. McDaniel was the run game coordinator.
Yeah.
So that's the ties they have together. But what I want to say is, if they keep Weaver and fire McDaniel, then that'll make sense, because that'll keep the continuity on offense. If
Yeah.
that makes sense. But if they hire a new coach, then it wouldn't make sense. Just like you said, like Crypto said, just clean house.
Yeah. And I'm not and this is another guy I'll say that too. Like a lot of people like Gruden, but people don't understand Gruden is like basically the same as Tomlin. Tomlin never won a Super Bowl without Bill Cowher's team.
Mhm.
Now with his teams, yeah, he's gone to the playoffs, but he's never won a playoff game.
Well, to be
And then
fair,
when you go,
remember he played the Raiders, and that team they traded for him. The Buccaneers traded the Raiders for Gruden.
yeah,
And
he was lucky enough to play that team in the Super Bowl.
So his
but
team,
he knew
the team that he built went to the Super Bowl. It's just
Yeah.
But here's the only thing I have to say about the difference between John Gruden and I would say
Dungy.
is John Gruden's 2002 Buccaneers, the team steadily declined, where
yeah, and they were a lot older too.
Yeah,
when he
stayed relevant regardless.
When he got that team, they were aged. You know, and then they also the team. He said, "All right." You know, Warren Sapp was the big guy that said this. He was like, "All right, don't touch the defense. We'll take care of it, and then you just do the offense."
Sure.
Hey, we have two Slowicks on our coaching staff. Bobby and Ryan.
And then anybody that thinks that Arch Manning, even if the Saints do horrible, they're not picking Arch Manning. Not because his daddy went or his grandfather was there. Dude, a lot of people don't realize that Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback at LSU, who will probably be the first overall pick if it's not Cade Klubnik, his dad is the quarterback coach over there. So he'll go there. But my thoughts on what the Dolphins should do: don't consider a guy in this draft. Wait for next year. Get a Arch Manning, because Arch ain't coming out next year. He's not. Wait for DJ.
Same thing.
He's gonna graduate.
Wait for DJ Lagway. Wait for an Arch Manning. Go for a guy like that. Don't get any of these guys. Shit, Drew Eller. He went back in the draft. He's like, oh shit, the Jets want me. Nah, I'm gonna stay in school.
Hmm.
I gotta work in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Shake, you got the you said you got the tickets.
Yeah, for the Indianapolis game.
Okay.
Like,
How much
All
were
right.
they?
like 2 something with fees and shit.
Who do you think their quarterback's gonna be? You think it's Daniel Jones
So
or Richardson?
what level did you end up getting?
You know, upper deck.
Okay. So all the
But
tickets
you went there.
combined was like 2 something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jake, did you go there last
About
year,
70
or was it crypto?
Yeah. I have a
What was
buddy who
that?
lives in Indiana, so that's
You,
why.
you went last year, right, Shake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went-
Yeah. So I'm gonna get a chance to go for the first time the stadium. You know, get to go there, and then because I
It was
switched
a
to
beautiful
Pittsburgh,
stadium.
made it
Let
the
me tell
Indy
you something.
game. Yeah. I wanted to do the Buffalo, but they put that on Thursday night. So I got a chance to go before they closed the stadium. So last year.
Yeah, actually, one of my brothers, he actually helped work on the new stadium.
Oh, he's doing work on the new one.
Yeah, he
Yeah, it's
was there.
literally right across the street. Literally
Yeah,
on the other side of the street. Yeah.
It's actually one of the old parking lots.
Yeah. What's that? Rich Stadium. Rich Stadium when it was Rich Stadium.
Well, yeah, it's been Rich, Ralph Wilson, Highmark, or Skidmark.
What was the name of
Yeah.
the stadium, Michael K, when it was in the east side? When it was
The
over
Rock
in the Fruit
Pile.
Belt?
That was War Memorial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was War Memorial. That's where the movie The Natural was shot.
Yeah.
They have some wrestling matches at that stadium, at that War Memorial. I've heard that before.
I tell you what, you know, it would be the most the I think a must-watch Super Bowl if Buffalo makes the Super Bowl. Buffalo versus Lions, because you know,
Dude, that would be great. Or even the Minnesota Vikings. That'd
Or
be
the
great.
Minnesota Vikings.
The reason I'm saying Detroit is because remember Ralph Wilson used to own had stake in the Lions.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he did have a little ownership, but yeah, playing the Vikings means somebody's guaranteed to break their curse, and somebody's continuing that curse.
Yeah. Yeah.
That will be the ultimate matchup for them two
But you know
teams to
what?
play.
You know what
But
just
somebody's
happened,
guaranteed to break the
Crypto?
curse.
We actually just repeated in professional lacrosse, our lacrosse team,
Yeah.
and it actually outsells. It outsold 22 NBA teams, 17 NHL teams for attendance, and the
did?
Buffalo Bandits actually just repeated with only one loss in the regular season, and it took overtime by 1 point to lose.
And that's the
they're
lacrosse
probably
team?
gonna. Yeah. And then they actually like the event is way cool. Like it is probably like the best sporting event you can go to because they also do concerts, like rock concerts through the entire thing, and they fight. It's basically like old school hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Ali make it back yet or no?
What, Mike?
I gotta ask Ali if he can find out if Slapshot's on the Super Box.
On the super box. Yeah.
That's my favorite
It probably
movie of
is,
all
I'm sure.
time.
Yeah, I'm sure you can get it on the on VOD, the blue
I think it's
VOD, and
on.
just type it in.
Isn't Slapshot on YouTube free movie?
I don't know. I didn't look on YouTube. Yeah, they changed that lineup around all the time. I used to have it on
But the
DVD. And I
YouTube free,
yeah, the
if you got
Hanson.
premium, you got it for free.
I don't pay for YouTube. I deal with the ads.
Yeah, I watch.
Yeah.
I use Yes Movies or like 1, 2, 3 movies,
Mm.
and then that's how I get to watch everything free, even when the movies come to theaters.
Yeah. You can still watch it.
Yeah.
Well, I think if this Superbox transaction pans out and it's seamless, I think I'm just gonna buy 10 more and just sell them for like $220.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
how I
much
watch
cheaper.
Sinners.
That's much
Sinners
cheaper.
was a great movie. You guys watch Sinners?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that was good.
It's in
Yeah.
my favorites rotation. Yeah. I watched that, and I watched Bloodlines Final Destination.
Yeah, yeah. But Josh Allen won't watch Sinners though. He doesn't want to see all the scenes of his wife.
I think he
Oh, you
went to
don't.
the premiere.
No, he didn't. No. He said he refused to watch it because he didn't want to see the scenes with Haley and.
I didn't hear anything about that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where was that on?
I forget, but it was posted. But he didn't want to see the sex scenes with Michael B. Jordan and Haley.
Oh.
They're probably swingers.
Well, it's got like
Will Smith.
remember, look at Colin Jost, the guy from SNL, and his wife. Damn, I'm freaking.
His wife is what? Shake.
Michael.
He married Scarlett Johansson.
Huh? Yeah, Scarlett Johansson. Yeah. Holy crap!
What I want to know is who's that one dude from SNL with he's got the bug eyes. He's all over the place now.
Oh, you talking about Pete Davidson?
Yeah, he's got to be swinging 10, man, because he gets some hot chicks.
Yeah, but did you hear what happened with him? No, they say he's got like no homo, but they said he's got like a 12-incher. Kanye wanted nothing to do with him. He was like, my wife Kim Kardashian is sitting there texting me. I got this white guy over here with a 12-incher. I ain't got no issues with that.
Damn.
Yeah, because he was porking Kate Beckinsale for a while.
Yeah.
I tell you, man.
So you saying they're not together no more? Damn. He's probably got an OnlyFans account now.
My man's got an all-star roster. Shit, Kate Beckinsale to Kim K.
And Kate Beckinsale was banging that Matt Rife too for a while.
Talking about the
lineman for
Matt Life? That Matt Life?
Yeah.
No, Matt Rife is the comedian.
Oh, Matt Rife. Oh, the young guy.
Yeah.
I thought you said Light.
No,
Matt Rife. Yeah. He was on Wild and Out. That's where he started, and then sprung off of that.
Yeah.
Matt Rife's cool, dude, but I love my favorites are like Tom Segura, Burt Kreischer, and they're huge fans of Buffalo too.
Oh, nobody's putting their 2 cents in about Kate Beckinsale in the chat.
Dude, Kate Beckinsale and Underworld, dude, you can't go wrong.
Wasn't she in Pearl Harbor?
Yeah, she was. Yep, Josh Hartnett. Did I still remember the movie The Faculty?
No, never seen that one.
Oh, that was a great one. The way to kill the aliens in that movie was to snort cocaine. It was great.
Kill aliens. You hit the snort.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or to see if they had, or see if somebody was infected. They had to snort drugs. Just it was like an old '90s movie. I think it came out in '99.
When
The
did the
title
first
do sound familiar.
When did the first Mission Impossible come out?
Oh, from the early 2000s, I want to say.
Or '90s? No,
The new
'90s.
iteration.
'90s.
I did. How many is there?
It's probably like 6 of them out now.
Well, no, there's got to be. Is it 6 or 7?
Yeah, it's up there now.
The original was
It's starting to
90.
get like Halloween.
It had to be '90s. Yeah.
90? Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I gotta fall asleep with the TV on. I can't fall asleep. I can't use white noise or a ceiling fan. I gotta have the TV on. I gotta
download the fireplace app so you can hear the fireplace crackling for 8 hours.
It doesn't work. I need something. I gotta.
There's a fireplace.
I fell asleep. I think I had Paramount on. I fell asleep and I woke up and Mission Impossible was playing, and I steered clear of it because I don't know. I'm not in it. So I watched like 15 minutes and I was hooked. So I watched all the ones that were out except for the new one.
Yeah.
But I keep falling asleep.
They're my favorite ones. I love
7.
Mission Impossible.
There's 7 Mission Impossible.
7? Okay.
7
I knew it was up there. 6 or 7, yeah. I
don't care what nobody says. His best movie was Cocktail.
It gets good each one, though. It's crazy. But y'all remember the old television show Mission Impossible, right? Remember the old TV series Mission Impossible?
I knew that
back in the 70s. Yeah, it's an old TV series, Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
By the way, Michael K, I'm the same. Listen, I'm the same way. If my wife isn't with me, I have to sleep with the TV on.
Yeah, I can't fall asleep. I never like at hunting camp. I'll be the first one to go to bed. Because if they shut the TV off, I don't fall asleep. I lay there wide awake.
Yeah.
I get all shit faced and I fall and I go to bed at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. And then when they go to bed, they shut the generator off and the TV goes out. Because if it was up to me, I'd leave this friggin' generator running all weekend long. Because we don't have power, we don't have running water, we don't have
the
power.
generator on?
So I can have the TV going.
Well, you got no power on that? Where you at?
I'm up in it's a little town called Napoli, which is a little bit south of Ellicottville, ski country.
Yeah.
And my camp and my property is exactly 1 mile from the road. You can't get up there. You can't get up there in the winter. Yeah, if you don't have a snowmobile, you can't get up there in the winter because the farmer down below doesn't take care of the road. All it is a logging road.
It's like a dirt trail or something that leads to your house.
Yeah, it's kind of it's more than dirt because they got big logging trucks. They got big logging trucks to go up there and they'll log. Like I own 40 acres, and then we lease another 425. I think is the number. You know, all my buddies are on the lease, and then we just stay at my place.
Okay, you sound you in big.
So you want to pave no road? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you ain't got no. The county can't pave a road out there.
No. In fact, we don't even have an address. We have if we have what they call fire numbers. Mm-hmm. So if the cabin's on fire, you got to call and say, yeah, we're on Sawmill Run Road, 4327, lot 4. And they go all the way. They got to go all the way up.
Which lot it is.
In other words, just say, don't even bother coming. You're not going to get up here. My cabin's burning down, but I just wanted to make the call for insurance purposes.
Oh yeah, the fire department is.
Yeah, but we did
make it in time.
We did upgrade. I was going to buy a chemical toilet, and the more I thought about it, you get 5 or 6 guys up there drinking booze and eating pretty good. you don't want anybody shitting in the cabin.
You
So
got no compost toilet?
I was gonna get one, but I don't want anybody shitting in the cabin. So I rented a Johnny on the spot. The guy cleans it out once a month.
Oh.
That's the upgrade.
You got an old fashioned outhouse?
We have one of those. Yeah, we have one
So
of those.
how often you got to get it redug and cleaned refilled?
Believe it, like every 15 years.
To take the septic out and refill it?
Yeah, I know. We just dig a new hole and move the outhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest fears is to fall into an outhouse and drown that way. Ugh.
Yeah. Didn't Michael Myers or Freddy do somebody in an outhouse or something like that?
Yeah,
like, punched him and
he
threw
stabbed
him in the outhouse.
He kept stabbing the outhouse with the machete.
Yeah.
But my favorite one, dude, I'm sorry, but that shit is when he took the guy's punching bag, the sleeping bag, and was beating him against the damn tree.
Yeah, against the tree. Yeah, that was brutal. Locked him in a sleeping bag and just started banging him against the tree. I'm like, God.
What's up, Shake? You know, there are worse things than
brutal
than falling over in an outhouse, right?
I'm sure there is, but
it probably is. But that one is more miserable.
You can fall over in an outhouse. You could fall over in an outhouse with a bunch of cuts all over you from having previously been mauled by a raccoon. Fall in an outhouse.
Listen, I'm not worried about my cuts getting infected. I'm worried about drowning in that shit.
Right, drowning in
it. It was so funny. He's like, ew, and it's getting all in my cuts. Ew.
That's got to be one of the worst ways to go.
That's what happened.
Drowning.
He was like
6 feet of human
mauled by that
feces.
raccoon, and then he got knocked. Then he was in the outhouse that got knocked over after he had already got mauled by the raccoon, and you hear him in the outhouse. Ew, it's getting all in my cuts.
Trust me. Yeah. Trust me. If you live that, you wish you were dead.
Yeah.
The infections you get is unbelievable.
Yeah, you'll be a walking ringworm.
Yeah, you have all kinds of stuff growing on your body.
I actually glow in the dark.
You would probably want to take out a knife and finish yourself off at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, makes you think about how wonderful modern day plumbing is.
You know, it really isn't that bad.
Yeah, I saw that movie Cosa Nostra, Better Off Dead. That was hilarious. I've only seen it once.
I want my $2.
I was a kid when I saw it, and I only saw it once, but I do remember it was hilarious. It was that funny that's all I remember about it was how funny it was.
With the $2.
Which movie is this?
Remember?
Better Off Dead.
$2.
Who was in that? I've seen that.
Was it
Better Off Dead?
I can't remember who it was, man.
Yeah, that shit was funny as hell, man. The guy was everywhere he'd go. $2. I want my $2.
I want my MTV.
No, hold on. I gotta look it up. Where's my other phone?
I want to say it wasn't Rob Reiner, but it was like somebody like that.
You know, he produced movies. He's actually a movie maker.
Not Rob Reiner. I meant
John
Schneider.
Cusack.
The comedian.
Was the star.
Well, Rob Reiner. What was that movie that he did with what's it called? Shit, I'm trying.
Wolf of Wall Street.
He was like not. No, Robert. It was the guy that always does the Adam Sandler movies, and then he was like he always wore gloves. You would know the movie. Like you didn't know how to be an adult. Oh, shit.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that was a good movie, Donnie Azorn.
Did you guys see the new Happy Gilmore?
Every time I see your name, JC, I think of that. I'm reminded of that gazebo that torched the whole yard in Meet the Parents.
Yeah.
Built by good old JC.
And Gaylord Fockers.
You painted his tail to look like Jinxie, didn't you, you fucker?
You fucker. Dude, those are great.
Dude, the NHL's pissing me off today.
This is the last film that Robert De Niro did that was worth a damn. If you think about it.
I don't think there's any movies that he ever made that was bad.
Not bad, but nothing is like blockbuster except like the mob stuff he did and things like that.
Yeah, all his mob movies are definitely always blockbusters.
What is your guys' favorite mob movies?
What was the cop movie you was in with Al Pacino?
I couldn't even tell you because the only one I remember, like when I think of Robert De Niro, if you like, hey, Cape Fear is the only one I can think of, man.
Was that the one where he was in the subway and he was telling the guy that his wife is getting fucked in the ass? The Devil's Advocate.
Cape Fear was about a murderer that got released from jail.
Yeah, they're smoking crack in your bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that what was that film?
Devil's Advocate, right?
Oh no, Al Pacino was in Devil's Advocate. No, it wasn't Devil's Advocate. It was something else.
But hey, believe it or not, listen. Yeah. My favorite Al Pacino movie would be Devil's Advocate. If I had to pick one Al Pacino movie,
oh yeah, bro, that Devil's speech at the end, bro.
Yeah.
That was fucking...
I don't know. The second Godfather is always goated. Like the second one.
I'm a fan of man.
Yeah, Al Pacino.
And he goes, he's up there. He's a sycophant. He goes, he's up there laughing his ass off. He goes, he wants you to taste but no touch, but don't taste. Follow. I'm like, damn.
The movie Heat. That was the one I was thinking of. That movie's fantastic.
What, Heat? You said?
Heat. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good old classic action movie, bro. That was a one classic from the 80s, I think, dude.
Wasn't Val Kilmer was in it?
Like everybody was in that movie at the time. Kurt Russell, maybe too? No,
I don't think Kurt Russell was in it.
Oh, I'm thinking of Next to Kin with Patrick Swayze and Kurt Russell. Was it Next to Kin?
I never even heard of that movie, actually.
Next of Kin was right around that same time frame of the movie you're talking about. That was 5-year run, bro, from Hollywood. Put out the best action flicks, dude. Like the best crime drama action flicks, bro, that we ever had, man. Beverly Hills Cop, all of them, man. Like every one of the movies. Lethal Weapon.
The Chicago Cop.
Another 48 hours.
Oh, it's on Pluto TV. Next to Kin streaming on Pluto.
Then there was Deep Cover. Remember Deep Cover?
With Lawrence
I think I just watched that.
We were talking about that one the other night, but I was thinking of not Deep Cover, but Rush. Rush was with Jason Patrick and Jennifer Jason Leigh. And they were like these undercover cops.
Deep Cover was Snoop Dogg's first single with Dr. Dre.
Oh yeah, yeah. But in Rush, they were these undercover cops in the late 80s, early 90s, and they had to like really go deep cover, like they became heroin addicts and shit. And the movie is about them struggling to live as addicts and deep cover detectives.
Yeah, you know what? I think I watched that. I think I watched that a while.
Yeah, it's called Rush. Jason Patrick. He did that movie like right after Lost Boys because he was riding on his fame from Lost Boys.
Color, you ever seen the movie Bully? That was one of my favorite Florida movies. It was about
isn't that with Tom Arnold?
No, Bully was like they killed the dude's best friend.
Bully.
And then the one dude got the electric. It was like one dude, and he didn't really even do anything, but he got the electric chair at the end.
Mm-hmm. Y'all remember Sling Blade? Sling Blade.
French fry potatoes. We call Cletus. We actually, I don't know if you guys have been in Pete's show lately. There's a guy we call Cletus, me and CCRR. He's a hillbilly Patriots fan. And he sounds just like Billy Bob Thornton from Sling Blade.
Shout out to my man Cap for Life. What's on him, Cap for Life? Gosh, no shit. What's going on, man?
You're just a boy.
I never even knew who Billy Bob Thornton was. I never understood why people like Billy Bob Thornton so much.
Well, actually,
when I watched that movie when I was an adult, I was like, "Oh, that's why he became so famous." That was a freaking excellent movie.
He's a good.
What made me like Billy Bob Thornton was Bad Santa.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But you got to watch the interview with him when he transforms into the guy from Sling Blade. It's so crazy.
He played in Tombstone, man. He was the guy that Wyatt Earp threw out of the bar when they first got to Tombstone.
Yeah, he was the Pharaoh dealer.
Yeah.
In his fat then.
Well, Doc, I didn't know you was in town.
Want to be my Huckleberry?
And then by the end of it, Doc told him to leave, or Wyatt told him to leave the shotgun, and he hands it to Wyatt after all that, and he's thanking him for taking the shotgun from him.
Yeah.
He's like, thank you. They all dipping it, like handing him the shotgun. Like, not only am I handing you this shotgun, but thank you for stopping me from using it on you because it would have been the end of me.
Did you watch season 1 of Landman yet, Color?
Landman?
Yeah.
No, that's not that flick with James Spader, is it?
No, that's with Billy Bob Thornton.
Oh. No, I haven't seen it.
Oh my God, it's fantastic. It's on Paramount.
I did see that comedy he was in with Patrick Swayze. Is it Leaving Las Vegas or not Leaving Waking Up in Reno was the name of the movie. It's like about those two married couples that get together and go have a trip in Vegas, and by the end of it, they left each other for each other's spouse.
Oh, really? We got the static.
Like they all four of them figured out that they were better matches with each other. You know what I mean? And that all four of them were hiding it from each other. And it's like, so that's like Waking Up in Reno. They all had an epiphany in Reno. They were with the wrong people, I guess.
Oh, the basketball game's on.
Oh, and the other movie, Billy Bob Thornton, probably his best performance was The Alamo. He played Davy Crockett. Just want to warn y'all, I'm a squealer.
He must be swinging 10-2 to land Angelina Jolie.
Santa Ana was about to execute him. He's on his knees, and they got muskets pointed at him. He's like, I just want to let y'all know, I'm a squealer.
Make me feel good. You guys from Monster Ball?
There's these clips I've been watching, these YouTube shorts that come across my timeline all the time, and they're about this. They're with clips of this TV show with James Spader, and I don't know what it's called, but the dude is like this badass, like just like, and all he does is like smoothly tell everybody that he's, you know, owning them and shit. You know, he's some kind of like, I don't know, like a criminal or something, that mastermind that has like real connections and shit, you know, and like everybody, like he's just smooth about everything, and he just like all the clips are about shit he's telling people.
Oh wow, they're actually playing the finals on national TV.
Are you talking about like the Reddington show?
Reddington, that's what it is. Yep, Reddington.
Yeah, yeah. The dude from he was in what's that movie? Shit. He was like an old school movie, like
oh yeah, he's James
Pretty
Spader.
in
He's in everything,
Pink.
bro.
Yeah, Reddington. Yeah, dude, that dude is the badass.
I think his most recent show was like one of the Boston Public or Boston Legal or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Dudes, but the shit they have him is like the writing team for that show is just
Dude,
amazing.
he is a savage in that show. He's telling the dude, like, you know, when you get out of here, you're gonna be, you know, begging for your life after you get stabbed, and then it happens, you know.
Yeah, and he's like so matter of fact about everything.
Yeah,
you know, like he's the kind of guy that'll just sit there and calmly tell you how he's about to end your life.
Yeah. And then, dude, his court, like the court scenes are more insane. Like, he's like, you do realize, even though I'm a killer or whatever, you know, I have an affidavit with the U.S. government. You know, nothing you can do matters.
So you like end up finding out why he has all the power he has.
Yeah.
But the cool thing is, though, like they have him walking around the whole show in like a black trench coat with a black hat. You know, like what's that? That's trying to tell you who he really is, bro. Right there. The show is written well. They're not telling you everything. They're showing you. He's a man in black. Just like in Swordfish.
Yeah.
You're trying to figure out what this is all about, who this guy, what kind of group this guy really belongs to, what level of world control this guy has, right? And they tell you, they show you in the movie. You just have to figure it out. You have to like know what you're looking at, right? The guy flies in. Remember when he shot the congressman in the creek when he was fly fishing? So John Travolta comes in, his character comes in, flies in on a black helicopter, and he gets out. He's wearing a black trench coat and a black beret. And he nonchalantly shoots a congressman like it's nothing. Like no consequences of it. So right then and there, they're showing you who he is. He's a Men in Black. Like, to me, Swordfish is about the Men in Black. They could have called it Men in Black if they didn't already have the copyright for the comedy. You know what I mean? With Will Smith. They probably could have called it Men in Black. But it would have been too obvious. Like, that's who the guy is, man. The guy is part of that group that runs the world. The Illuminati, whatever you want to call them. You know what I mean? They go by a different name depending on what era you're living in. But they also kind of give you the idea that he's just basically a Mossad agent, and that's the kind of power that Mossad has. Because the guy's name was like Hiram or something. whatever year that movie came out, Swordfish. It's the best movie that came out that year.
Yes, I remember Swordfish because that's where Halle Berry showed her titties.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of where Hugh Jackman got his. Hugh Jackman kind of got his big break with that movie.
Yeah, I wouldn't see him as anybody other than Wolverine.
Well, now, but that movie Swordfish had already been out for like 10 years, Crypto, when Wolverine came out. So he did that movie, he did Swordfish, and then everybody quickly forgot who he was, and then boom, he comes out as Wolverine, and it's like, oh, that's right, Hugh Jackman. Been around forever. See how I'm telling you, like, I'm telling you, Cat knows what he's talking about, man. It's like these people that just come out of nowhere, all of a sudden, they're fed to us like they've been a household name for our whole lives, like Hugh Jackman. You ever heard of Hugh Jackman? Like
we're talking about Billy Bob Thornton. Every time I see Billy Bob Thornton, I'm sorry, I always see Bad Santa.
Right.
Even though he, like you said, he was in a lot of movies previous to that, you know.
Right. And remember, Cat said, "What do you get? You get a wife and a picket fence and a mansion and all that as part of the deal." I mean, Billy Bob Thornton was banging Angelina Jolie, so there you go. I mean, Cat's got evidence to back him up, man. That's all I'm saying.
And I think for a while he had the chick that was with that we were talking about, Scarlett Johansson too.
Right. And you're either thinking like Mike, what did Michael K say earlier?
Yeah,
hanging 10, or he took the deal, or he took the Cat Williams, the deal Cat Williams was talking about.
What's up, Billy Baston? What's going on?
Pushing 10 was the name of the movie.
Billy Baston, Janky Jim, what's going on? Welcome, y'all. I seen y'all was at the Blitz pickup. Hey, man.
What's up, Billy?
Shout out to the Blitz pickup, man. They're doing some good things over there, man.
Jankety says Halle Berry fell off after Swordfish. Hey, I tend to agree. Jankety.
No, he's wrong.
Hold on.
She did Catwoman. She did Catwoman.
Yeah,
exactly.
But I've never seen Catwoman, Jake.
Halle Berry and Monster Ball was a classic.
All right, but fair enough. But we're not talking about like
good.
I'm just saying, maybe Jankety's got a point. Maybe she didn't take the deal.
All I know is
I like Catwoman. Halle Berry and Catwoman.
There's two societies in Hollywood. They all don't do it.
Halle Berry is like Brooke Shields. No matter how old she gets, she's still not old enough. No matter how old she's, no matter how old she gets, I still capture her. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Her.
You know who didn't take the deal was the Huff.
Halle Berry aged well. I'm gonna tell you
the Huff sisters didn't take the deal. That's why you can only find Hillary and her sister Hillary Duff and the other one. You can only find them doing like second-rate Western movies and shit. You know what I mean? Because like they didn't take the deal.
Yeah, man, I still love Halle Berry. Halle Berry, yeah. Oh, you know another one too? What's Jennifer Anderson? Holy shit, she's still hot.
Yeah.
Another one that didn't take the deal. That's why Brad Pitt left her. For who else? Billy Bob Thornton's old lady. Who happens to be the estranged daughter of John Voight. Another person that did not take the deal.
And they don't get along.
Exactly, because he didn't take the deal.
That's a different way of taking a deal between guys like Voight, who's a pure Satanist.
Well, Voight, you might be right, but that's a different deal. Although I don't know, according to some, the Hollywood deal is a bunch of Satanists too, but I don't know. Just rumors.
Yeah.
So, but like what Crypto was saying earlier, we need Devontae Parker back.
Devontae Parker didn't take the deal either. That's why he had such a bad career.
You didn't say that? Are you saying I'm imagining things?
No.
That's why Devontae Parker looked depressed all the time. Because when he didn't take the deal, they told him he was never going to amount to anything. And he's like, oh, shit. And then he just went through the motions the rest of his career.
That you went to New England to watch him play?
Boy, this rain is really making it difficult to see.
That man was blowing up in Louisville, but good grief.
Okay, so Cosa Nostra, I would go with Elizabeth Shue in her cocktail days over Kate Winslet, but I might take Kate Winslet in her Titanic days. But what I would do is I would kick both of them. I would kick both of them out the vehicle, and I would pick up Rachel Weisz. That's what I would do.
I got one better for you, Barbara Eden.
All right, okay. The old genie.
I dream of Genie. Barbara Eden.
Although you had to really admire what's her name from Bewitched with the little pug nose.
Oh yeah.
God, that little pug nose was so sexy, Mr. Pug.
Yeah.
She looked like a little lemur or something. A little marmoset. But hey, if y'all don't think humans are in the same family as apes, just look at that actress that played in Bewitched and look at her nose. She looks like a chia pet. She looks like one of them characters from Planet of the Apes. If you ever doubt that we're in the same family as the great ape, just look at that chick. I forget her name. Crypto, help me out. You remember that chick from Bewitched names, right?
Samantha?
Yeah, Samantha. What was the actress's name?
I forget the actress's name. I forget.
She was
escaping me, but yeah, Samantha is her name.
She was the Barbara Eden knockoff of her day, bro.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Montgomery.
Yeah.
Right, Elizabeth Montgomery.
Okay.
Right.
That's right. Yeah.
You know what, Shake? As many times as I've seen that name go across the screen with the little witch, zinging some stars around, I can't believe I didn't remember.
You know what's funny? I always thought both Darrens were dicks. Dick York and Dick Sargent.
It's amazing.
At least one of them was gay.
Huh?
At least one of them was gay. Maybe both.
Yeah, I like the original. I like Dick York. I didn't care for Dick Sargent.
I think it was the second one. The second Darren was
gay.
Dick
York was the first one.
I had to take my freaking transformer freaking poncho out.
York Patty.
Take it out of hammock mode. I forgot I had it in hammock mode and I had to take it out.
Hey, Color. What about Ellie Mae from the Beverly Hillbillies?
Yeah.
Actually, if I had to pick one, it'll be I Dream of Jeannie. I prefer I Dream of Jeannie.
Yeah, that's Barbara Eden.
Barbara Eden. That is.
So, Mr. Polk, here's the real question. Ginger or Mary Ann?
Color, you're gonna be surprised. I'm gonna say Mary Ann.
You like that? You like that?
Thank God. I thought you were gonna say Miss Holloway.
I'm gonna say Mary Ann.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say Miss Holloway.
I don't think so. I'm not blind.
I like Ginger. I like red. I like me a good redhead.
That guy that played the rich guy, the millionaire.
Mr. Howell.
Yeah, Mr. Howell. He that guy was who the hell was his name? Oh, Jim Backus was the actor's name.
Backus, right? Jim Backus.
And he was the voice for Mr. Magoo.
Yep, sure was. Sure was. And I ain't gonna lie, that was a nice little cartoon.
Yeah, it was all right. They even have they have Mr. Magoo's Christmas Carol too.
then they did. Then the last of that cartoon, he had his nephew on there who could see.
Yeah. Yeah, the Mr. Magoo Christmas Carol was the Hanna-Barbera knockoff of Mickey's Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
By the way, which Spice Girl? I'm going for Scary Spice. Mel B, definitely.
Ice Spice.
Huh?
Ice Spice.
Ice Spice.
She one of the Spice Girls.
Oh, what's going on, Joe?
Hey, what's going on?
Damn, Joe, your name is too hard to make fun of, bro. I can't come up with nothing. It's joke proof.
Oh no. Michael K calls me Joke Missed.
And you were saying that JC came up with that first, right? Didn't JC come up with that?
I'm not sure who did. It's not bad.
No, that sound like Michael K.
So hey, check this out.
How about toe cyst?
What do you think of this?
Is that Lucy at an early age?
You know what that is? That's Granny.
Whoa!
Wow.
Granny from Beverly Hillbillies.
Yeah,
really?
Get out of here, Shay.
Damn.
All those same actresses look the same.
Yeah, they did look pretty good back in their day.
They all have the same exact look.
Now remember,
Wow.
how about the old chick from Red, Helen Mirren? Pull up her old pictures, dude. That chick's smoking, bro.
Man, Shay, man, you just.
Hey, by the way, did you see Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga's sister?
Pull up Lena Horne.
Oh no, I want to show you Lady Gaga's sister.
Yeah.
Brady Gaga. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Brutal.
Yeah, that is brutal.
Take that off the screen.
Brady Gaga.
You ain't kidding.
Damn.
But so y'all don't know, Helen Mirren played Morgana in Excalibur. For all you old people out there that remember that movie.
Oh, color Barbara Stanwyck. Well, no, that's okay. No, early Barbara Stanwyck.
Oh yeah. Well, what's she from?
Big Valley.
Oh, Big Valley. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And also, man, there's some really gorgeous chicks from back in them old westerns, dude. People don't even realize, man. Some of them only did like one movie their entire career.
Oh, hey, I just thought of one too. She was in a John Wayne movie. Good grief. Goodness, what was her name?
I think I know which one you're talking about. She's really, really beautiful. She was like a English chick or something, or
no, not that one. Cause it's one that. Oh my goodness, because this was when John Wayne was smaller. Oh man,
it wasn't the one that played the Confederate spy in that movie where he was the Union.
No,
general?
not that one. I think this one was before that. Goodness, because he was this lady played.
It's not the one that did all the movies with it. Maureen O'Hara. It's not her.
No. This one here, she didn't do too many movies because unfortunately she passed away. But the first time I seen her, I said, "Oh my goodness, this lady is gorgeous." Goodness, what is the name of that movie? Because she's her father. Goodness, what they call that religion?
Mormons?
No, not Mormons. Goodness.
Real quick, hey, look at this. You know who that is, right?
Yeah, that's whatchamacallit from Sanford and Son.
Esther.
Esther?
Yeah, that's
that's
Esther. I can
Esther.
see the
wow.
face. The good face. The face and feature gives it away.
Yeah, the facial features.
Y'all know who the first African American woman that won a Oscar was?
Let me see.
The Horn?
Hattie
No,
McDaniel.
I've had
I
it.
think her name is Hattie McDaniel.
I like that name.
No, I'm not sure she. I'm not sure whether or not she won.
Either an Emmy or an Oscar, man, for Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
But I think it is McDaniel, but that's fascinating, you know. McDaniel without the S.
Yeah. She's Gone with the Wind. He's 3 Sheets to the Wind.
What's that, Joe?
Said she's Gone with the Wind, and he's 3 Sheets to the Wind.
Oh shit! Hey man, listen, I agree. Elizabeth Hurley is hot too. I love Elizabeth Hurley. Another hot chick was, remember Kelly LeBrock? She was good too.
Oh yeah, Kelly LeBrock. That was the chick that played in Weird Science, bro.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember her name the other day.
Was she in Top Gun also?
Yeah.
No. That was Kelly McGillis.
Blinded me with science.
Okay, my bad.
She blinded me with science.
That's a crazy.
Hey, let me ask you. Speaking of Kelly, hey, listen. Let me ask you this. Speaking of Kellys, who do you prefer, Kelly Bundy or Kelly Kapowski from Saved by the Bell?
Kelly Bundy.
Kelly Bundy.
Yeah, me too.
Because if you want Kelly from Saved by the Bell, you want her from Showgirls. You don't want her from Saved by the Bell.
No, you're thinking about Jessie Spano.
Oh, that's the other chick.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Saved by the Bell. I must not be familiar.
Kelly was the brunette.
Then it was definitely the other one for sure. Definitely Kelly Bundy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she won an Academy Award, Crypto, for Best Actress in a Supporting Role. She's from Wichita, Kansas.
Wichita. Okay.
Check this out. Born in 1893, bro. He's from the 19th
right around my
century,
great grandfather.
dude.
That's all when my great grandparents was born. That
Died
born
in
the same century.
So she was born, right? She was born
before cars was even invented.
While Wyatt Earp was still in Tombstone, right?
And airplanes haven't even been invented.
Yep. And she died after World War II.
1892.
Wow.
So man. She was a teenager, almost a teenager, when the William Wright brothers got off the ground. She saw it all.
She would have been like 24 years old at the start of World War I. That is crazy.
Yeah, she was in her 20s when the Winston Woodrow took office.
Yeah, 1914, roughly.
Yeah, she's in her 20s. Yeah, man, that's crazy.
You ever heard of Gail Russell?
Maybe.
Well, yeah, she was in the John Wayne movie. She is gorgeous, but what happened to her? She didn't. Her career didn't last long because she unfortunately passed away at an early age.
Oh yeah, I remember.
She died at an early age.
She was in the John Weston movie called Angel and the Bad
Man.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, she's buried in Pierce Brothers Valhalla Memorial Park in Los Angeles, California.
Oh, that's okay.
Born in 1924 in Chicago, Illinois. She's a
she's the same age as my grandmother. Well, she's actually 1 year older than my grandma. Grandma was born in 25.
I said, "Oh my goodness, she is beautiful."
Oh yeah. I got you, Mr. Polk. Yeah. That's the one. That's the one that, like, I've seen her in a lot of John Wayne movies, bro. She was common.
Yeah, but Shake just blew me away with the lady that played Granny. Shake blew me away with that one.
Yeah.
What you saying now?
Now I said, Shake, you caught me off guard. You blew me away with the lady that played. Her name is Irene something. It's Irene something. But anyway, the lady that played Granny.
Oh, the lady played Granny. Yeah. She looks so different. She aged different as she got old. You know.
Completely
aged different.
I mean, I didn't know who that
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell because the features are gone.
Yes. I mean, and I'm not putting her down as being old in Beverly Hills, but man,
Right. Yeah, because sometimes you can see some of the features. Like
right.
what's her name? What's her 1920s 30s actor? Man, what's her name? Shirley Temple.
Yeah,
You knew she kept her features all the way through the 20s and 30s until she died. You knew that she was Shirley Temple.
And that's funny is they named the non-alcoholic drink after Shirley Temple.
Yeah. I forgot about that, Shake.
Well, they
that
probably
drink, the
should
beverages that was there.
Well, they probably should have served that to Gail Russell a
Right,
little
because that's
sooner.
what her and Gail Russell. Alcohol.
Yeah, she died of chronic. She died from liver damage attributed to acute and chronic alcoholism.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you talking about, Color?
Gail Russell.
Oh,
if you go
liver,
back and watch
liver poison.
So she probably could have used a few Shirley Temples.
Yeah, because man, she was, I ain't lying. That lady was gorgeous. The first time I seen her, my dad was looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah.
But she
aged pretty good.
Your daddy was like, "Uh-oh. Oh, little Junior Polk's got a glint in his eye." Hey, honey.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Hey, honey. Junior Polk's not allowed to go out no more.
Hey, Jenkins and Jim, you know what?
Clark
by the way, Jenkins and Jim, real quick, I agree. Caitlin Clark used to be cute to me until I saw this.
Right? Nah, but Shake, there's that.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Recently. Hold on. It's
crazy.
It's in the Twitter group chat.
That might be Streets coming back reincarnated. Shake.
Hey! Listen,
it might be him reincarnated.
You remember there's a theory that's going around that who's the defensive end for Miles Grant is Kobe Bryant.
Oh, Miles Bryant.
No, Miles Grant. No, Miles Grant is Kobe Bryant.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he do kind of look like him.
Defensive end for
Cleveland.
Yeah, it's really Kobe Bryant.
It's really Kobe Bryant. Yeah, he jumped out. He jumped bodies just like in the movie Fallen. He just jumped to bodies when he knows what you call it. He jumped bodies.
And Jakeem Grant.
Sorry.
Jakeem Grant looked like what's the comedian name? What's that guy's name?
You said Jakeem Grant? Oh, I got one for you, Shake. One of our own that we overlook. Guess who one of our own TD looks like?
Who?
Coco Beware.
Coco. Actually, you know who?
He does. He looks like Coco Beware. One of our own. Yeah, I just showed that last night. He showed that last night. I'm like, oh man. TD does look like Coco Beware, especially the one with the parrot. He had the parrot. Somebody said do the AI crop of the dolphin.
Actually, you know who? Believe it or not, when I see him, I'm gonna see if I can get a side comparison. But TD, to me, he favors Jameis Winston.
Oh, that's another one. That's another one.
Well, let me see if I could do something real quick. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jameis Winston. But Coco Beware, I see it. Coco Beware.
Yeah, Coco. He's got a picture of him with a parrot, with the gold outfit and the parrot. That one looks just like TD. You see it?
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it. I'm like, but you know what, man? I was watching.
Yeah.
Next time I see Batman, I'm like, that's messed up. You could whatchamacallit, you could come on his show, but you won't show up on the Blitz pickup.
Oh, Batman did come up there. I missed the part when Batman came up there. He said in those spaces that he came up there.
Yeah.
I saw CB83. The episode was when CB was on there.
I'm like, damn, dog. I'm like,
yeah.
Man, listen, listen, man. He needs to, represent Tua, man, in the Blitz pickup. You gotta let him know the oos is loose, baby.
I represented them all the way in California, man. Well, it was cool.
Actually,
when you bring the Insomnia shirt, I'm gonna wear the Insomnia shirt on the Colts game.
Hell yeah. I'll wear mine too.
Yeah, I'm gonna wear it during the Colts game, so we can have an Insomnia.
I'll wear the aqua one. This time I'll wear the orange one. You wear the aqua one. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That'll be nice.
And that way, we so next when we take pictures, you know what I'm saying, we'll take pictures with a bunch of people. That could be will be the next the pictures we take this year will be next year's shirt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So here is this.
Yeah,
Actually, this one I seen the picture, but looking at all the pictures, this one looks like TD the most.
Yeah. Yeah. That one do. He had a different kind of bird. What was his parrot name? Cockatoo. What was it? Cockatoo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This one looks like TD the most.
Yeah.
With the little hot top, whatever.
With the high top, yeah. I was like, oh shit, TD's Coco B with Doppelganger. He probably was wrestling before. Damn.
Because TD's a big dude too, man. He's like what?
Yeah. But you remember the younger picture TD with before he added a couple of pounds? When in his earlier days in 2017, that resembles him more, the younger version.
Yeah.
You know, the younger version. Coco B, how old is Coco? Coco should be old. I think Coco's older than me, actually, when I think about it. Coco should be in his early 50s or something, right? How old is Coco?
Coco Beware?
Yeah, he's older. He's definitely older than me.
Oh no, that
he should be in it. He should be in his early 50s or mid 50s.
The 60s should be with me.
Could be 60s. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Bo. Now think about because I remember him being back when I was watching it when he came on. He was already in his early 30s, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, late 20s.
Yeah.
So yeah, he
60s, maybe 60s, 70s.
Yeah. I know Kamala. Kamala. Remember Kamala, the Gandhian giant. He was 70 when he passed. He was 70 when he passed.
Yeah, there's two black wrestlers I remember, and that's Coco Beware and Junkyard Dog. Of course, I'm growing up back in that time.
Yeah.
Oh, Bad News Brown was another one.
Oh, Bad News Brown. Yep. Bad News Brown. Yep. Coco Beware, and the Natural Butch Reed, they was the same team. Remember they was a tag team?
He's 66 years old.
66. Okay, so yeah, I was off. I thought mid 50s. I'm like, he's got to be older than me. Yeah, 66.
Sweet Sugar Brown or something like that.
Yeah.
The wrestler name Sweet Sugar Brown or something like that. He used to have a.
Yeah.
Man, if y'all get a chance.
And you know who else reminded me of somebody I knew?
What's that?
You remember Hacksaw Jim Duggan, right?
Mm-hmm.
My pastor looked exactly like Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Oh.
Yeah, growing up, yeah. My pastor looked exactly. His name was Dan Taylor, was his name.
But
he looked like Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and he looked like Dudley too, in a little bit.
You know what's funny is
DDW
2x4.
I love TD, right?
For
some reason, I can't watch the. I mean, I have nothing against it, but for some reason, I can't get myself to watch the
round table.
No, not the round table.
Collective.
Yeah, the collective.
Oh, the Dolphins collective. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, for some reason,
I watch it. I sometimes watch it on replay. I don't even watch it live. I can't. Sometimes I can't catch it live.
But for some reason,
but
I like, for instance, I watch TD all day, every day. I watch Alan Poupart all day, every day. But yeah, man, I can't.
They don't have. They don't have.
Alan Poupart's got to change his name. He's got to change his name. He can't have the word poop in his name. He's got to take that out of there.
It's like they just got 4 successful content creators and Dolphins names and put them together, but there's no chemistry.
Yeah.
It's not entertaining.
We got to come up with a new nickname for Alan Poupart. You got to take the poop out of his name. Got to maybe have air freshener or something in there, or something like Pop-Tart or something. something.
How about
something that's more palatable?
Crypto. How about the pasty porpoise?
Yeah, that'll work. The pasty porpoise. Well, you know how Chris Berman used to come out with all those nicknames for all the sports players, all the linemen. He had a nickname, Chris Berman. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to come out with a special nickname.
Hey, speaking of Chris Berman, man, damn, I missed. What was that dude's name that sounded just like Chris Berman?
That was damn, I know you're talking about.
Yeah,
I don't know, but
I know. I used to come on the Stephen D channel.
Yeah,
I know you're talking about, Shake.
And by the way, I stopped. I stopped watching the round table.
What's that, Jake?
I was saying, I stopped watching the round table after Master at Work left.
What about?
Yeah, he did. It's been a while since he
take the poo out of his name, right? Crypto is what you're saying. What about Alan Poupart?
Yeah, that's it. There you go, Ali. Poupart. Yeah, there you go. It freshens it up a little bit.
There you go.
It freshens it up. There you go. Alan Poupart.
There's a product called Poopery.
That's what I was referencing.
It is. You spray it in the toilet, right? Yeah, exactly, right, Joe. You sprayed it. I actually use that when I travel.
That stuff is strong.
Yeah,
Poopery. That stuff is even strong.
It works. It definitely works.
My in-laws actually have that at their house, and it does work. Yes,
it definitely works. That's a product that in late night infomercial that actually worked.
By the way, another name.
Too bad Billy Mays couldn't pitch that product.
Another name that's kind of fucked up. I think Joe Rich, we were talking about it. There's a port called Coburns, but it's not spelled like that. It's spelled Cockburns.
Damn.
It's not silent.
Yeah, there's a port. If you see it, it says Cockburn, but it's pronounced Coburn.
Cockburn, Jesus.
It must be from Louisiana.
And it's usually it's usually next to a sherry called Dry Sack.
Yeah. Dry Sack.
That's
anywhere near that small Missouri town named Knoblick.
Shaquem Grant and Kevin Hart. Those are 2 lookalikes.
Well, hey, there's a road in Broward. I don't know if you heard of it, Dykes Road.
Say it again, Shake.
There's a street on Broward called Dykes Road.
Dykes Road.
I was in this town called Buttsville, right? It was in Georgia, and The whole town, and I kid you not, and I think it's because they were really close to like a what do they call those dumps? You know, where they dispose of the garbage and everything. The whole entire town smelled like ass. I kid you not. It was the worst smell you could think of. Right, the entire town smelled like that.
Ali, it can't be half as bad as up there in Riviera Beach where Ballin Isles is at, up by PGA Golf Club.
Okay.
They got a landfill right down the road, bro. Like every freaking morning, dude. That's all you smell. Because
What was weird is I thought it was a landfill, right? And I'm looking everywhere. You can't see the landfill no matter where you're at. And this is a small town. It just smelled so bad, color. I kid you not. It smelled like ass.
Irony is
It should have been a landfill.
They put in a neighborhood with like $10 million mansions in it. It's just
that landfill you talking about is there a major road running by it? A major highway?
You talking about me? You talking to me, Mr. Polk?
Yes.
Yeah. The turnpike runs right by it.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And it's just like down in Broward when you pass by the landfill. It smells like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And,
I know what you're talking
about. They built a millionaire housing development just to the south of PGA National. And so you're talking about houses that cost like $5-10 million, and they're all sitting right across the street from a landfill. It's like the developer probably like totally bait and switched them, like, oh, you didn't know? Oh, wait till you're here for 2 years and you realize every single morning you wake up and it don't even matter if your windows are open. The shit just permeates right through your walls.
Hey, by the way, yes, I do watch Ace Per Head. I got to this weekend. I'm gonna reach out to Ace Per Head, see if he wants to do In the Blender, because I know he likes to collaborate. So I'm gonna reach it out to him. But I like Ace Per Head.
So basically, if you're ever watching a golf tournament on TV and it happens to be at PGA National in Florida, all them golfers are smelling shit, bro, while they're sitting there.
Where I'm at, it smells like oranges. I'm about a mile away from the Tropicana plant.
Bro.
Well, here in Florida,
the villages?
Huh?
Or you in California?
Are you near the villages?
No, it's the Tropicana plant's in Bradenton.
There was a Tropicana plant right here in Port St. Lucie, but it's still there. I just don't know what they do because it looks like it's been deserted. I don't know.
No, because really a lot of the Florida oranges got wiped out years back by a combination of cold water and it was some kind of canker.
And also NAFTA, Mr. Polk, because we can get oranges from Mexico now without any import tax.
Okay, let me see what my brother Tunk.
Matter of fact, they took down a whole entire orange grove that had been there my whole life in Loxahatchee, built a high school and a grocery store on it.
Yeah, because when we used to go up and down the road, you used to get to a certain point in Florida, around mid-Florida or going further north, where you got rows of oranges on either side.
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
What's up, Tom?
If not that, then sugar cane.
Row your boat.
Wait a minute, is that Tom?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, okay. You sound a little different.
By the way, I just talked with I talked with my wife, right? And freaking, it's we're going is that August? We're going the week before the 9th.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me okay?
I mean not the night. Yeah. So
okay. Well, let me see.
The White Six on there. Haven't seen them.
August 3rd, we're leaving. We're getting there August 3rd.
Just remember, Jankety Jim, always unhinged, never untoward.
So August 3rd is when you arrive.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, Color, Tomorrow night, 9 p.m.
Oh,
Return of Club XL Unhinged Cross Country Tour.
so they'll be playing the Rangers. I've never seen the Rangers play that. What time do you fly in?
We'll find out.
Because the game is at 1:00.
No, what was that, Ali, about the
Club XL's tomorrow, 9 p.m. It's the return of the Unhinged Tour, but it's the Cross Country Tour as well.
What does that mean, cross country?
Yeah, what is cross country?
Yeah.
Well, we got people that are in different.
He's going to be on the road. He's going to be in his Madden cruiser.
As long as it's not cross dressing, I'm good with it.
For the only person the only person
going to state to state
on the show is Michelle K. It's okay.
Yeah, you get it. That's why he calls her Michelle. I call him Mikey.
Yeah, it's the cross country tour.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that's what Kosa calls him, a cross dresser.
Oh shit.
I'm a cross stressor.
I don't cross at all. I'm sorry. I'm good.
Hey, anybody tell Mike McDaniel you can't spell culture without cult?
Yeah.
You can't spell cult without cull.
I see what you did there, Tom.
Okay, Tonk, you got solid.
We're gonna call him out too. Call him out.
Solid dog shampoo.
Bro.
That's where it's at.
So I gotta ask you, the solid dog shampoo.
Yeah.
Right? Is it made with oat milk?
Yeah, actually.
Good. Because I recommend that for dogs.
Wait,
Don't use regular shampoo for dogs. It's not really good. The oat milk shampoo is very good for dogs.
Yeah,
good.
a lot of the solid shampoo for dogs is oat.
That is awesome. Good stuff.
I'll tell you something else that's good too. If you got a problem with your skin, they have also skin lotion that has oatmeal in it, and oatmeal is good for your skin also.
Yeah.
Another thing that's good to give dogs to eat that's actually good for their skin and fur is coconut. Specifically, like little bits of coconut oil, put it in their food and mix it. It's really good.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is for.
By the way, if you guys are going to be hanging out at Club XL tomorrow night at 9 p.m., we may be giving some more gifts out. So.
We're hanging out.
Cool.
Good.
Oh, we're hanging out.
All right.
Shit, we're not doing the wrestling thing. Is next weekend, right?
I'll have the details for you tomorrow, Tom.
You talking about the wrestling?
Yeah,
I have those details for tomorrow, but yeah,
they don't. Well, if not, the White Sox will be here on the 5th through the 9th. So, the Mariners that whole week, there's only the 4th they're not playing. They're playing every other day.
Okay.
Here in Seattle, so we can go to another game too.
Yeah,
like I've never seen the White Sox play either. So
yeah, she's a big baseball fan.
Oh, cool.
She'll watch it.
Oh, then she'll like watching the Mariners play. They hit a lot of home runs.
As a matter of fact, her favorite team is, believe it or not, it's one of those trash franchises called the Chicago Cubs.
America's team.
You mean
yeah?
There
you go. I don't know.
The Chubs. Get out of there, Shake.
That
Get out of there.
Definitely.
Get out of there.
She's got her head.
Run.
She's a Cubs fan. Get the fuck out of there, Shake.
They are trying to take my tortillas.
There's a reason why Back to the Future said 2015 and not 2016.
That's America's team. I don't care what y'all say.
It is? I guess so.
They wouldn't have won shit without a hurricane.
I could see that. I could see that.
Oh, that's the Yankees.
Yeah, Tonk. They're America's team, Tonk. There you go.
It's definitely the Yankees.
No.
Yankees bought and paid.
No way, dude. It is not.
They wouldn't have won
shit
without America's University.
Yeah, but that's because of the demographics that support that team.
Yankees bought and paid for. They were the old guard.
Bro,
they're old fashioned.
The Yankees have to be America's team. You know why?
They took all my money at the concession stand.
Listen, they're the only sports franchise from New York, from the city of New York, with a following of fans in Texas. I'm sorry, that's America's team, bro. It just is. Man. I mean,
it's the Cowboys of the MLB.
No,
yeah,
that
would be the Yankees.
That would be the Cubs.
But
we have a superstation.
Joe,
neither of those teams have a superstation.
New Yorker that likes the Dallas Cowboys, dude.
We have a superstation. We're global.
Joe, there ain't no New Yorker that likes the Dallas Cowboys. Bro.
That's fine. If they're America's team, that makes the Cubs the world's team because we're around the world.
The New Yorkers that don't like the Giants, Joe, are Philly fans. They don't go to. There's no New Yorkers that are Dallas fans, bro.
Hey, by the way,
there's Texas residents that are diehard Yankees fans, bro.
Hey, by the way, you know what I was thinking about, Color? I'm glad you reminded me because
gun-toting Republican conservative Texans, Yankees fans, bro. That's America's team.
By the way, real quick.
But actually, the Yankees in New York are more liberal than the Mets are more the Republicans.
No, that's what I'm saying, Crypto. Texas.
The Mets are.
That's what I'm saying, Crypto. There are residents of Texas that are fans of the Yankees. That has to be America's team.
No, you're forgetting about all over the Midwest with the Cubbies. Iowa, Nebraska, North
they're
Dakota,
all Cardinals
South Dakota.
Fans. Stop it, Crypto. You know damn well they're all
fans
Cardinals
up there.
fans.
They don't even know the Cardinals.
Stop it, bro. You're not going to move in on my fan base, bro. Sorry, bro. You're not stealing it, man.
We got Wyoming, South Dakota, Montana. All of them.
Hey, real quick,
the Cardinals got fans in South fucking Florida, Crypto, right here.
Hey, is there an American team for NHL and NBA?
NBA, we got the Jazz and Blackhawks.
Ironically, you could call the Yankees America's team, and you could call the Cardinals.
Dude, get out of here! It would be
the Lakers.
Actually, Lakers would be America's team in basketball.
The Knicks. No, the Knicks.
And that would be. It might be the Celtics. Actually, when I think about it,
I'd say no.
If you want to say national
Bulls, bro, it's the Chicago Bulls, man.
No, Lakers.
It's the Lakers.
Well, the Bulls will have a say in because they have been dominated a decade. So yeah, they have
player to ever walk the planet.
They have a say in it. It would be hard to take away Boston because of those freaking
there
titles.
Are Michael Jordan fans that don't even like basketball, dude.
Yeah,
it's got to be Chicago, man.
Yeah, but there's.
But that's like saying that there's Tua fans that don't like football, though. Color. What do you mean?
Yeah, but bro, now you're comparing Tua to Michael Jordan.
Dude,
Yes.
Think of Tebow.
Yes, I'm comparing him to Jordan. I'm trying to channel Batman. I'm trying my best.
Fans that were football fans than football fans.
I'm just channeling Batman.
Hey, but
real quick, Shake, to correct the record, the Yankees are America's team. The Cardinals are Team America.
Wow.
You know, I was gonna say, be a good see the Buffalo Bills with a chance. I think if the Buffalo Bills want to win a Super Bowl, they need to build their new stadium in New Jersey. Because there's two teams that the two teams that won the Super Bowl in New York play in Jersey.
That play in Jersey, yeah, you're right. They might want to start moving their stadium to Jersey. That's a good point, Shay. I ain't think about that.
Yeah,
they might want to move to New Jersey.
What's with Jersey quietly pumping out champions, man? When did that
exactly? Happen? I know they right.
That's the butthole of America, bro. That's
before Jersey they moved to Brooklyn with the Nets.
Jersey is literally America's land.
You know what? We're actually we're all wrong about the baseball team. It's the Braves are known as the America's team because
that's right. That is
the broadcasting
that's
rights.
right.
But we're not talking about indigenous America's team.
Well, no, you can't say that, Joe.
It's
That's what I said about the Cubs. We have a superstation. We're all over the world. We will probably be the first team to broadcast on Mars. I'm telling you right now. We have the rights to broadcast on Mars. I'm gonna let it be known right now.
So what, Crypto? You all are the first people that are gonna lose in a Mars sanctioned baseball game. Great.
That wasn't my point.
I'm telling you right now.
Televised games that don't have a team, they were seeing Braves games. The Cubs had something similar. It wasn't to the same scale as the Braves.
Joe, I begged it for Joe as a lifelong South Floridian. I refused to be a Braves fan when I was growing up. That's why I became a Cardinals fan.
Yeah, I started hating the Braves. I definitely. John Smoltz, all of them grabbing. They stole our pitcher. Man, I hated the Braves
we didn't have the Marlins till the early 90s. So it was either be a Braves fan or pick another team. And I picked another team.
Yeah.
Didn't David Justice play for the Braves at one point?
Yes. Yes, he did.
I remember. That's hated him.
What you call?
What he did to my Indians, right when we were hot, and ended up. He ended up playing for us. I'm like, I thought it was hilarious afterwards.
Want to hear something funny? Want to hear something funny? Before the Marlins came, we were my household. We were Mets fans.
What happened?
Alex said the same thing.
I've never met a normal Mets fan.
There was a lot of Mets fans.
Yeah, they're all goofy as hell.
I could agree with you there. I'm far from normal, so yeah, that's pretty far.
But back when I had to make the choice, you had Willie McGee playing for the Cardinals. It was just like too easy to be a Cardinals.
So if the Yankees are America's team and the Cardinals are Team America, does that make the Guardians America's defense?
There you go. That's true. That America's defense. There you go.
They're Team USO. They're Team USO, Ali.
I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I can't stand the Guardians.
Oh man, that's funny.
Such dumb names. I miss the Red
Guardians, man.
You know what's funny? Like they have the Guardians, right? And there's so much Native American history in Ohio that why the hell did they even
the name of Ohio itself?
They didn't even. They weren't even being sued by any tribes or anything to change their name. They just did it because they felt the pressure from outside sources was going to require them to. That's number one. And then number two, most of the fan base still wears the old stuff anyway. They still wear Indians hats still. What's the point? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's kind of upset me that they had to change names. Go ahead, Shake.
But they didn't change the mascot. I mean, not the mascot, but the logo with the Indian. They still use the.
No. Okay.
Saying the fans wear their old gear.
The team has changed all their old gear to now this Guardians, right? And they have a new mascot and everything. However, the fan base still show up with the Indians gear, still wearing Indians hats, still wearing the old stuff no matter what. They didn't burn their jerseys or give them away or whatever. They still represent them. I was watching an Ohio podcast today called Menace to Sports. Check them out. They're really freaking awesome, right? Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick.
Are natives, bro.
Well, let me finish. The point I'm making is that they were wearing Cleveland Indians with the Native American mascot and everything hats and today like today's live show. So my point is the fan base is like a kind of against changing the name to the Guardians. They're still representing their team because they're still the same team. It just has a different name. But my point is, why change the name if you weren't being sued or pressured to, by a tribe? It's different if you're being sued by.
So none of the tribes out there in Ohio told the pressure owner.
And furthermore, half those fans Ali is talking about are also natives.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah. So,
do they have a large following in the Northeast Ohio, Ali? The native tribes?
Yeah, you have Miami. You have the Miami. You have the Huron. You have Iroquois, Illinois, Ohio.
Don't they have Seminoles out there too? No,
bro, they have. I'll tell you this: if you were in Ohio, right, you see tributes to tribes all over the place, like Piqua, Ohio, for example.
A lot of them were absorbed by the Sioux
And
Nation.
there's schools with that represent those tribes that have those mascots. There are
right. All the high schools and D1 teams, don't they?
Yeah,
still use them.
all those. There's so many. Are they going to go around making them change their names and their mascots? I just think it's ridiculous. First of all, it's different. It's different if you to me, I feel like Cleveland wasn't treated right with this whole thing because their name just said Indians. It did not say Redskins, to give you an example. So skin color.
Right. It wasn't an actual,
Yeah. So
label.
Just like the Braves, for example.
If they were to have a problem with the caricature style logo, okay, fine. I could see him having a problem with that, Ali. But you're right.
Yeah, but they could take his face off and just leave the C on it.
Logo, right? The name, change the logo,
which they did, and then they said, "Oh, that's not good enough," so they got forced into changing the entire mascot, the whole thing.
A little Song of the South script, though. You know what I mean, bro? It's kind of like, man, I don't know. They were kind of.
It's different if you're an actual I could understand if they got sued by a bunch of tribes and everything, but if you go read about it, they didn't really get. That's not really what happened.
The other thing, Ali, there is a group of that are. It's a union of different tribes that are suing in Washington because they never got a seat at the table. In other words, the people that were pushing it on behalf of the natives being offended were a bunch of like white politicians, dude. And the natives never even got a seat at the table when they all decided
natives wanted them to keep it.
So they're suing now. They're suing to have, I don't know if to have it reversed or because they didn't get a chance to have their voices heard about the issue. When we were all being told by the media,
I think they changed.
Oh yeah, everybody's offended by it. You know what I mean? So sorry about your luck.
I think the Commanders changed their mind because they thought about it. I think they kind of dropped it.
Well, they got swept up in the whole
because of the old owner.
What happened was it got swept in the whole. We're gonna fight for everybody who never asked to be fought for movement that we've been dealing with for the past 10 years, and that's what it got caught up in. So the politicians that needed to make it a cudgel were claiming that there was this offense out of political correctness, and there never really was. The people that were supposedly offended by it never even got a seat at the table and are now suing because of that. You can't make this shit up. That is fact. That's
who are they suing? The new management because they have different management now, don't they?
That old radio show.
I mean, they got a new ownership.
The rest of the story. That's the rest of the story.
Well, who are they suing? Because they got a new manager.
Whatever
they got new management.
Whatever committee was involved in deciding that they had to change it.
You saying they're being sued? Because I was gonna say they can't sue the Commanders because the Commanders.
I mean, they technically can. They just can't be held accountable for anything because
because it's their team. They get to do what they want to do with their team. They can't.
I get it, but you could sue anyone for any reason.
They're suing for an injunction on the name change.
What was your favorite old MLB logo?
Yeah, that's gonna be hard to win that lawsuit.
I know, of course it is, but the politicians know what they're doing. Crypto, they know how to lock stuff in forever.
Yeah, yeah.
And then to fight it, you're gonna have to be seen as anti-native. You know what I mean?
Indians had a good logo. I liked that. Red and blue.
Yeah, that logo was fine.
I liked the Devil Rays
ball cap
logo though.
I tell you one, the Orangeman. I don't like the Syracuse Orangeman. That logo was terrible. that was, I didn't know the meaning of it, but yeah, the Syracuse Orangeman.
It looks like the Syracuse symbol looks like the time guy from Marvel. The guy that
it was generic. Granted, I know they got orange groves all over the place, but the Orangeman, they could have come up with a better name. I don't know.
Bison.
Yeah, they got bison grazing out there, Mr. Polk. You're right, but the Bills have already used that. The bison. They should be called the Buffalo Bison.
The Blue Jays had a good throwback logo.
Yeah, I love the Blue Jays. I love that logo.
Can you guys hear me?
I like their colors.
Yeah.
You know what's
I like the colors.
I didn't see. I went to Cody, Wyoming recently. I didn't see one single Buffalo fan in Cody.
Do the Blue Jays still exist?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they got the Wyoming Buffaloes.
Bison. Crypto, I was saying that an animal activist should sue the Chicago Cubs because I feel it's neglect that Chicago allows Cubs to get smacked around year in and year out.
Right, it's animal cruelty.
No.
Cruelty. Just kidding, man.
You can't mess with the lovable Cubs.
Let me ask you this. In my lifetime, is it okay to call the Cubs a one-hit wonder?
No, because they're going to win the next century in a row. What do you mean?
I don't know. They've only won it once in my entire lifetime.
They're gonna reign for 1,000 years, Ali.
You mean it's the only?
It's gonna be like the new Messiah.
Ever been hit by a hurricane? That's what you mean.
I'm telling you, Ali.
Oh man, that's funny.
They're gonna be like the Roman Empire and reign for 1,000 years.
Yeah, sometimes them hurricanes make it all the way up into Chicago every once in a while. Every 108 years.
Yep, that hurricane was a tropical depression.
You think we're gonna have more storms this year?
It was there.
That hurricane was a Category 300 hitter, Crypto.
It was just a little tropical depression. That's all it was.
Last year they were predicting a huge season. They kind of got it this year. I don't know what the prediction was this year.
Me neither.
Oh, what prediction?
For named storms in hurricane season?
Oh, for all the storms. Well, it's already on the. They do that well in advance, like 4 or 5 years in advance, don't they? With the names.
No, I'm not talking about the names. I'm saying like how they like the Farmer's Almanac and kind of stuff, like how they predict it's going to go.
Oh,
like
okay.
Yeah, heavy season or light
all the
season.
weather control devices make it go.
Oh, they got new weather control devices.
Definitely.
It's called crop dusters.
That's how the Middle East is making it rain.
That's called crop dusters, Tonk.
I was gonna make a comment, but didn't want to go down that. Some crazy
all
stuff.
Them crop dusters.
East right now.
Tornado Alley has shifted east.
And by the way, Crypto, that hurricane, by the time he got to y'all to help you win a World Series, he had already won one and been in two with Team America.
I don't know about that.
The Cardinals were Team America when Mark McGwire played there.
That was the best era.
That's because that was the steroid era.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Sosa was clean though. But Sosa was clean. Androstene was legal.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
Is that clean or is that just legal?
Yeah, you probably say legal. Probably not clean, but yeah. I would use the legal term. That's the legal definition, Joe.
And more support for my case about Team America. The best catcher will likely to be recognized as the best catcher to ever play in the majors, Yadier Molina, is from Latin America.
Yeah.
Most of the players are.
Touche.
Wait, you guys ever seen the Dominican Republic?
Players aren't the best catcher ever to play the game.
I don't know.
What was
Man,
that, Joe?
I would have to say Mantle, Mickey Mantle. He's pretty good.
Bucky Dent.
He had the craziest batting stance, which I did copy. I will admit, I used it for a minute.
Bucky Dent.
Where he completely hides the bat.
Did you
combine the pitcher couldn't even see how to throw to him?
Did you combine that with the Gary Sheffield forward bat twirl?
Yeah, if you're able to pull that one off, Mickey Mantle and Sheffield at the same time, you're definitely an alien.
Gary Sheffield used to step up to the plate and he would twirl his bat forward at the pitcher, right? And what that was saying to the pitcher, what that was saying to the pitcher was, look at my wrist strength. That I can twirl this bat forward like that. You know what I mean? Like it's not like I'm holding a toothpick.
Yeah. Yeah, those are some odd batting stances, boys. I was like that one. Kirk Console had a crazy looking one too.
They started on in the video games. You could, as those baseball games started coming out, they started putting different stances in that batters would have.
Oh yeah, they do. That's good. Make it more realistic. Yep.
Man,
that Mickey Mantle one was crazy.
One. The Marlins had a good logo too.
The Florida Marlins. I like the Florida Marlins, not the Miami Marlins.
The Florida Marlins, the Devil Rays, the old Blue Jays logo, the old Indians logo.
No, it's not Mickey Mantle. I said Mantle. Then I mean Tettleton, the Detroit guy.
By the way, your device isn't connecting. So
what was it?
So my wife sent me the ticket for time we're arriving, and it is August 9th. She's trying to.
Yeah, Mickey Tettleton. That's his name, Tettleton.
You hear me, Tom?
Remember Cecil Fielder?
Cecil Collins?
No, I'm talking about the baseball players.
No Cecil Collins? Cecil the Diesel Collins?
Cecil Collins. Yeah.
Cecil the Diesel?
He was huge. Now, you know what? Who is it? He walked up on the street. He was just walking down the street casually. It was Albert Bell. He was just walking down the street. I'm like,
singing.
That's Albert Bell just walking down the street. I'm like, wow, he's just casually walking down, minding his own business. I'm like, damn, that was Albert Bell just walked by. That's the first time I ever saw somebody casually of that caliber walking just normally down the street like a normal person.
Just walking down the street.
He tried to blend in, but he didn't. He couldn't hide long. It was dark outside, so it was, But you still notice you could definitely see his face still because of street lights.
You guys think Orlando will actually get a baseball team?
They should have had one.
Yeah, it'll
I'm
likely
surprised
be the
they
Rays.
don't.
Yeah,
They got
I mean,
a
it
basketball
definitely
team.
would be the Rays.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't had one now. They definitely got the infrastructure to support one.
Hey, listen, after going to the
space.
Tropicana, I am not watching any more baseball in the summer days outdoors anymore.
Oh, you was at Tropicana Stadium?
Yeah. It's an indoor stadium. 72 degrees all the time.
Right. Yeah, I think they would put Orlando indoors.
But I thought it's a retractable roof, right?
No, just a regular roof.
Oh, okay.
Well, now it's roofless, but
well, yeah, since the hurricane, it's probably ripped off, so now it's open door.
the same guy that brought the Magic. He got the Magic in Orlando. Is leading the group that's trying to get a baseball team in Orlando.
Trying to get it. Oh, okay.
And Barry Larson's on board now too. He's part of the group.
Joe, did they hint to what the name will be of the team?
No, the group that's trying to get them is called the Orlando Dreamers, but that wouldn't be the name.
Name of the team.
They said that
baseball team.
They would let the community choose, like the state or the Orlando area, like vote on it. Basically, I think that's how the Utah did it too. They let people vote. With that hockey team they brought recently, with
the new hockey team they got there. Now, who was they? Nashville? Were they in Nashville before? Where did they move from?
Arizona.
When they went to Utah, Arizona. Okay.
Yeah.
See, speaking of the
Rays, from a desert to a cold place.
Yeah, they were the Coyotes.
It doesn't matter who's using the political forces to make people change their team names now, but they're all guilty of it. The first ones that did it were the people that were offended by the term devil in the Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Yeah.
And who could those have been? Who could those people have been?
I loved that logo, man, with the gradient on it.
They're definitely
yellow and green.
It's not just one side guilty of the forcing the name changes.
Whose ball is the devil?
The devil, the Blue Devils, the Blue Demons.
Exactly. I can imagine like all them Baptist churches around Pinellas and Hillsborough County all gathered up and was like, change the name with pitchforks and shit, you know?
Yeah, we got the Duke Blue Devils, and then you got the what's the other one? The Blue Demons out of the ball.
Well, I think there's something having to do with MLB. It's the same reason that they named their baseball team the Cubs when the football team is the Bears.
Right. So you just make them the babies, the offspring. That's all.
The MLB doesn't want anything like aggressive or forward, too forward. You know, like.
And how the hell they come up with White Sox?
Oh, that was a long time from back in the teens, 19-teens. Well, early 1900s.
Well, think about
the shoeless Johnson.
That's why they shorten their name to D-backs. All their logo, all their marketing has D-backs on it now instead of Diamondbacks.
Yeah, because of course you got the Red Sox, White Sox, not the Black Sox.
In baseball.
Yeah,
I like the
Diamondbacks. Yeah.
Even though the Marlins are out there spearing all the fish in the ocean.
What about
that's the predator fish.
What about the Texas Rump Rangers?
The Rump Rangers. Well, they got Razorbacks in freaking Arkansas, so that's not too offensive. Razorback.
I think currently
all it is a wild pig.
After they changed all the names and they changed the Devil Rays and all that, I think the most offensive name still remaining in baseball to this day has to be the Cincinnati Reds. Damn commies.
Well, look, they had an owner that pretty much was a racist owner, got ran out the league.
No, I didn't mean offensive. I meant aggressive, like scary names. You know what I mean? Of violent groups. You know.
You know, it's actually they're technically the Reds because it's like the Red Sox, but there's already a Red Sox.
Actually, it's because they're Reds, bro. They're literally.
You know what's funny is the Cincinnati Reds.
The Red Square, all that. It's Reds. It's communists, dude. That's what they are. The Reds.
All I know
the
is
reason they named themselves that is because we were during the 50s or whenever they named it, America was like in fearful of communism and Russia was taking over and all this shit. So they figured in order to put fear in their opponent, they would call themselves the Reds.
Well, you know what?
That was the McCarthy days.
Remember, it
Stephanie Miller's dad.
Their logo looks like a toilet seat.
Right. Well, the irony, there's no shortage of irony about it being Cincinnati.
Yeah.
If you look up the historical Roman figure Cincinnatus, and you'll realize that even back then he was a commie. You know what I mean? Like this, the principles that he espoused were what we call communism today.
What about the Dodgers? They used to be the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Brooklyn, yeah, they was in Brooklyn. Yeah.
The Dodgers were the first to have the first black player and the first Hispanic player.
Charlotte got a little bit of meat.
Yeah, the Brooklyn Dodgers. Yeah, you're right, Shake. At first,
their color.
They had a monopoly on it before they moved out west.
If I'm not mistaken, a historian could correct me if there is one listening, but I believe that he suffered the same fate as Cataline. Like, I believe they removed his head from his shoulders and threw his body into the Tiber.
Who? Which person?
Cincinnati.
Oh, okay. What was he in the Revolution or something?
No, the Romans weren't too kind on people trying to take over their republican system. They didn't want kings, they didn't want dictators, they didn't want nobody. That was the quickest way to get your head removed from your body and thrown into the Tiber.
Oh, so you say he died at the hands of the Roman Empire, the Roman.
What about the Milwaukee Brewers? They're just like a glove. What the hell?
He tried.
That's
to
a stupid logo.
Crypto. He tried to start a revolution. That's why they removed his head.
Yeah. Right. Normally, that's what goes on with the when somebody's getting their head removed, whether the French Revolution or the Communist Revolution.
Right.
It was always somebody being removed.
They weren't
Maria
so
Antoinette.
Caesar, dude.
I don't think Maria Antoinette was a communist, though.
No, the people trying to
definitely got her head removed.
Her head off were communists.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Either they're getting their heads removed, or they're removing somebody's head.
They're removing a monarch's head. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, Maria had to go.
The royal family, the whole entire family.
Yeah, I guess they rounded up the rest of them afterwards. The queen, the princess.
Wasn't Mussolini the one that was dragged in the streets alive?
Mussolini?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hung him or like decapitated him in the
no, they hung him. They hung him upside down publicly.
Yeah, they did that. They did some biblical work with him.
They did. Yeah,
like they did with the thieves on the cross. They hung him upside down. Yeah,
they treated him like a fucking pinata.
Yeah, like he was a biblical figure. Like hanging him upside down. Well, that's crazy.
He is the one that coined
or crucified upside down. Yeah, he coined.
Beat him like a pinata.
I mean, he didn't come up with
there.
No, he's just the one that named it. What we call it today.
He gave it the name, right? Right.
What, pinata?
Yeah, but the thing is,
fascism. That was a word invented by Mussolini.
Mussolini. You have a pinata. But remember the thieves in the Bible? Tonk. They was hung upside down while being crucified. So yeah, they wore that with a badge of honor. That's the thing.
Fascism is a cognate of a word.
Jesus was almost put on an upside down cross.
Right.
Well, yeah, it was.
Fascism is a cognate of a word that we're not allowed to speak in public society. That is a synonym in British English for the word cigarette.
You know what else they call cigarettes in England?
Yes, I do. It's a cognate.
They do that in Australia too, don't they? Don't they do that in Australia too?
Both words come from the same root word, is what I'm saying. But the word means bundle of sticks.
Bundle of sticks. Oh, yeah.
And if you look at a cigarette, it's a bundle of tobacco twigs, technically.
I had a baguette for dinner.
Very, very small twigs, minute, microscopic
you get the pass,
twigs.
bro. You get the pass then.
You know what? I'm gonna try to light a cigarette. I don't smoke with a regular flint striker. I'm gonna use one of my flint strikers and see if I can get it lit. I should be able to light it.
So I think it's the height of irony to watch some young 20-something-year-old dressed as a female calling everybody else fascist. I think that's just the height of irony, in my opinion.
So, Color, I was trying to look more into what you were saying.
I don't know if Mussolini wore a skirt.
And I couldn't find anything that supports what you were saying, but I did find maybe something you were confusing it with, which is with the Reds during the 50s, during the Red Scare. They changed their name from the Reds to the Red Legs. They couldn't do Red Sox because of the Red Sox.
But is that possibly what Red Sox means? Like the socks of the communists?
Reds is a reference.
No, the British were Reds.
Yeah,
it's red stockings.
That was British, man. They wore white socks. They were red coats, bro.
Yeah.
But they were red in their uniforms. What I'm saying,
they were the Red Stockings, which is shortened to Reds, and they went by Red Legs during the Red Scare to distance themselves from communism. But then they went back to the Reds after it was less.
Oh, they was using it to distance. Say, how can they adopt it when they was scaring people away from it? Because that was the 50s, right?
It was the McCarthyism stuff during
basically
the
McCarthyism. Yeah. It's the inverse of the source that I had already learned from.
Right.
Right.
I got a question for you.
Yeah,
guys.
Mark McCarthy said it was a communist on everybody's pillow.
All right, so if you guys don't mind, I'm not a big baseball guy, so I was just going to ask a
group that
Dolphins
attached
question.
his name to them.
What's up?
What's up, Bryson?
Obviously, I'm more concerned than most, which I get why I am, but how long until James Daniels, because he hasn't been practicing at all, how long does that go till people start getting worried about the O-line?
Till they pay him.
Why isn't he practicing?
Until they give him money.
Man, we're
And
sitting here talking about
I forgot. And Austin Jackson. And Austin Jackson isn't practicing either with another injury.
Bryson, they going to wait for to get paid, Bryson.
Wait a minute. How dare you come on a Miami Dolphins YouTube channel and start talking about football, man? How dare you?
Right. Exactly. Color. How dare you talk about football?
Talking about communism,
deep in the fascism, and
We're talking about culture.
The Red Scare of the Dolphins. You know, the Dolphins maybe like a monarch name. What's the history of the Dolphins outside of a mammal? Is that like a monarch or something? Since we talk about different world leaders. The Dolphins may be a monarch.
They're the descendants of the Atlanteans, crypto.
Of the Atlanteans, right? Yeah, exactly. That's who it is. The Atlanteans.
Atlanta wanted to name their team the Dolphins, but they couldn't because we already had it.
Yeah, they wanted to take, which is odd because Atlanta's not even by an ocean.
Dolphins.
Right. It's not even freaking near the ocean.
Why are they called Atlanta?
It's like seeing the Atlanta Stars.
I know, it's crazy. Unless that was a coast and the land was created out of there, you know.
Let me get this right. So Atlanta actually sits on a savanna, and Savannah actually sits on the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Am I right? Is that right?
What is a savanna?
Well, it sits in a savanna.
Savannah's like a prairie or a meadow.
Yeah, it's like grassland or wasteland or something. Yeah, it's like grassy land.
I thought it was like a specific area in.
It is. It's an area. It's actually an area. Yeah, it's an actual city, but it's right on the coast.
Right. Whereas Atlanta is inland.
It's inland, yeah.
Sitting on the savannah.
Right.
Or anything that would be close to a savannah.
If you think the tectonic plates broke up and maybe Atlanta was the Atlantic Ocean at one time.
Actually, it was. Where Atlanta.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Maybe it was the actual ocean.
You're actually right. Okay, because the mass of land that Florida sits on is a big block of like coral shelf, right?
Right. It was a movement of the plates that shifted.
Independent of the eastern seaboard. But the demarcation line runs through Atlanta, Georgia. It doesn't run along the coast of the Atlantic. It runs through. So that little piece from like South Carolina down to Florida and inland to Atlanta is all part of that same rock that we're sitting on. The rest of the country is sitting on a big shelf of granite or whatever.
Yeah, granite, yeah.
And
all the way up to the southern Canada, yeah, the granite.
Georgia. So they literally are sitting on the Atlantic Ocean.
And I think all the limestone was up in the northern Dakotas and Fall Strait.
Yeah, we're on a big hunk of coquina, which is similar to limestone.
I just want to know when the alarms are going to be sound.
For World War III?
No.
They probably have sound already. Over there it did.
A lot of alarms going off today.
Everything east of Atlanta, south to Florida, is on a big hunk of rock that crashed into the United States.
Yeah, basically, because if you could see pieces of it scattered, I think they said there's certain ways you can actually find all the little pieces, the original rock formations.
Right.
Tonk's on the train to disappointment. That's where Tonk's going.
Right, Crypto. So
on the shelf,
Atlanta, they'll be digging up like fossils and shells and
yeah, that's where they getting all these finds from.
West of Atlanta, it's freaking like dinosaurs and shit.
They finding the dinosaurs. Yeah, that's where they getting these tissues and all this other stuff from. These archaeologists are having a field day whenever they have these.
Joe,
big
do
events.
you have a boarding pass for that train as well? I forget.
They have a one.
Prediction
you know where the Sea of Cortez is, right? The little piece
the train
of water
to
between California and Mexico. That piece of water was a great inland sea that went all the way up into the southwest of the United States, and that's why they find coral in the desert and shit.
In the desert, yeah.
I took the red eye to get there, Bryson.
I think it probably goes underneath the Mexico continent. I think part of that goes
somewhat.
I remember
somewhat. Yeah,
it's limestone down in
to get there.
Yeah,
that's why there's still that strip between Baja and Mexico, Crypto, because it's all
Baja,
it's all still there.
Yeah, actually, limestone is good to go. You can work with it easier than most rock. You can work with it more easier.
The really fucked up thing is they find shit in the rock in Southern California and Baja California that belongs in Australia.
Fun
so
fact,
they know
yeah.
those
right, yeah,
plates.
That was a big shift. Yeah, that was a huge. That was probably old back to Pangea, didn't it? Does that date back to Pangea?
Yeah.
By the way, Merlot grows best in limestones. Merlot and Sauvignon Blanc, they grow good in limestone.
It does. Oh, those wines. I know it's easy. You can get some stuff out of it.
Yeah,
I didn't know they had wineries in there.
Yeah, limestones. Yeah. In Bordeaux, France, the right bank of Bordeaux, most of the soil is limestone.
Yeah,
in the right bank of Bordeaux, which is Merlot.
Hell yeah! I had a crazy idea back in the day of building my house out of limestone, like into a pyramid or something. You know.
I'm double.
Just use that regular structure. You know.
That's another thing too.
Look, we got two bees. It's like boobies, right? We got two bees.
I want to build a pyramid, you know, and I'm thinking maybe limestone.
They look like our granite. The car for a second. Like,
if I build my house out of pure granite and it's shaped like a pyramid, it's gonna be here for 3,000 years minimum.
Considering
nothing's gonna destroy it.
Considering the sandstone ones lasted for 10,000 crypto, I think you got a good shot with the granite ones.
Yeah, this thing's gonna be here forever.
Keep in mind, the only thing that didn't survive on the pyramids was the granite capstone.
Yeah, I think because it was too much sand underneath it.
No, actually,
I think that's probably what they're doing.
It's because they got taken by medieval people for building castles and shit.
Oh, okay, yeah, harvested.
Yeah, that's what happened to a lot of the Roman forts in Europe got reused for these castles that they built in medieval times.
Well, I almost hit a deer, guys.
Damn.
Did you?
You almost.
Well, I didn't hit it, but
14-pointer.
She came close.
How big was it?
The other
one was just a little doe.
Half of the Roman road network throughout Europe, all the stones are pulled up because they were using them to build castles in the Dark Ages.
Yeah. And that's why those castles still exist today, because they were strong rock. That's Neuschwanstein is built out of a lot of that stuff.
Well, that's actually the newest of Ludwig's castles, and because he built it for like his third wife, and she was a real fan of like older shit, so he built that castle for her in an older style than the ones he had already built.
I think they said it took like 17 years or something like that,
or 1800s, dude. It's really not that old a castle,
right? Man, it was nice when I went into that kitchen, like the kitchen, the old kitchens they built there. I was like, man, this is massive. That thing was huge. It had all kind of wineries in their color. Like if you go on one of the upper floors in there.
Yep.
Oh man,
did you walk up the hill, or did you take the horse carriage?
No, we did. We walked. We did the little trail. We walked the trail.
Carried up, but we walked it down because that shit was too steep to walk up, man.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It's like a
trail that goes up. The windy road. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
You've been following the
like a little snake trail.
The Dreamliner that went down. You've been following that at all?
Another boat? Oh my god!
A Dreamliner.
What the hell, bro?
Wait a minute. Hold on. The Dreamliner went down where?
The
Indian Ocean.
In India.
No. Right off the departure end.
We forgot how to drive boats now? Really?
God
no,
damn.
Not Dreamliner. It's an aircraft. It's Boeing 787.
Oh, the Dreamliner aircraft.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I know one. I know the Indian Ocean.
No. This isn't in the ocean. This was off like a mile off the departure
end. The picture
end.
I saw was a tail fin hanging outside somebody's house.
They said it was the first one that went down since the company went online. That's the first one they've ever lost in the company's history.
Yeah, but this one's.
I'm like, damn.
This one crashed.
That's a 708, Boeing 708.
30 seconds from departing, if that.
Yeah, it was like 600 feet in the air or something like that.
Yeah.
But that's the one. That's the one with the one lone survivor. It was like 240 people, then one survivor. The survivor.
That was 787.
Man, that's got to be crazy.
Yeah, it was
Be the only one survive out of 242 people. You're the lone survivor.
Okay, I was gonna off myself on Tuesday.
How he did that.
That's like crazy. I know. What was? I'm trying to figure out what seat was that person in. That's the seat I'm taking on every flight now.
One survivor.
He was in 11A.
Imagine if that one survivor.
11A. Joe, you said 11A. Okay, I'm changing my seat to 11A from now on.
Imagine if that one survivor was traveling to London to commit suicide. Imagine that.
Oh, right. Exactly.
He has this whole plan. I'm going to take a flight to London. I'm gonna paint the town red, and then I'm gonna off myself. And the plane crashes, and he's the only one that survived.
He's the only one survived, right? That will be wild. You find out that that's what that guy was doing.
You can make that into a movie right there, bro. That's a melodrama.
You can. There. Yeah, you can make that into a movie. I'm planning to off myself in another country,
and then
the plane goes down, and I'm alone survivor.
Right, Crypto. The whole movie is planning his suicide. The day he's gonna have before he does it in London, all the stuff he's gonna visit. He's got his travel itinerary, and then at the end of the movie, the plane takes off and crashes, and he's the only one that lives. And the movie ends right there.
He's gonna have some nasty.
You just find out he's the only one that survives.
That would be some nasty.
PTSD is going to be.
That would be crazy.
You remember that Alanis Morissette did a song called "Ironic," and the first verse was about a guy who was afraid to fly.
Shake, definitely.
Yeah, Alanis Morissette. Yeah, good point, Shake.
Surviving a crash when you're already dead.
Yeah, it's like rain on the wedding day. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, he said he waited his whole life to take that flight, and he goes, and as the plane crashes down, it's like, now isn't that nice? Isn't it ironic?
Isn't that ironic? Right. That is crazy. That's definitely going to be a movie. You know, they're going to definitely come out with a movie about that whole story of him surviving. You know,
well,
they're going to have to do that.
There's an aspiring screenwriter listening to us right now. It just got sold, Crypto.
Yes, true. They stole our idea. Damn it. They're sitting in the chat.
Why would you have to fly to London to take your life, though?
Oh, they probably because of they depressed because of the Queen died.
The Queen happened to be destined to. You can make
right.
It. This was going with the actual case here.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
but no, Joe, the Queen died, so he was distraught. Hold on, let me paint the picture. The Queen died, right? The Queen died, so the guy got so distraught because he found out his lineage to the Queen. Right. So he figured, you know, he won't be able to inherit the treasure, so he goes and takes himself a nice little trip.
Joe, it wasn't until the 90s that the Indians were still British subjects. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
It would be
so
like
he found his connection.
No, it would be like the peasant farmer going to Rome. You know what I mean?
Well, this flight was actually full of a bunch of people that had just got their citizenship for the UK.
Yes. We can add that little twist to it.
Maybe that's what he was going to the UK to do.
Well, he very well could have been
off himself.
I think.
Yeah. They got their citizenship. Yeah. Hell yeah.
I was going to ask Bryson if
once
he knew what went wrong with that plane, but he
gave
dropped off.
India back their independence, I would imagine they had to repatriate a bunch of British subjects that wanted to stay
All the British. Now the new King William, right? He's going to be like, okay, I was expecting this flight, so he's going to dispatch the old guard, the British guard, to investigate what happened with this guy he was planning on meeting on board this flight. So it's going to have some kind of royal tie-in of the British monarchs. You know?
Yeah, he was going to accept his dukedom as the first Indian Duke of whatever they were going to.
Yeah, Wales. Yeah, something.
Right. Well,
right.
not Wales, because no, they can't be Wales because that's the prince. Is the Duke?
Yeah,
of Wales.
right, exactly. Yeah. So yeah,
You
so
guys
have
really
to be the other one. Yeah.
Duke of Lancashire or something. You know?
Like, right. Yeah. Exactly.
The Earl of Bebbanburg.
What is that? No, they have a What's the other one? No, he could be the Duke of Hampshire. Remember, we have New Hampshire over here. He could be the Duke of Hampshire over there.
No, I got a good one. He's the very first Duke of Kashmir.
I had no idea you had such a passion for screenplay writing.
Bro, this is literally what show-running teams do. This is literally what show-running teams do, and we all think they're special. You know what I mean?
I was trying to ask what's wrong with the plane, and you guys
we get the brainstorming. We just created a whole movie out of a tragedy. That's what happens.
Is it be casting people soon?
Yeah. We had the plot, the characters.
The main character, who's the Indian guy, should be played by Siddig El Fadil, aka Alexander Siddig, very famous South African actor who played many different roles, including the lieutenant to Saladin in Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah,
the guy that became friends with Orlando Bloom in the movie. That guy. That's Alexander Siddig. He should play the Indian guy.
Yeah,
I don't think I've never seen Kingdom of Heaven.
No, it's about Saladin laying siege on Jerusalem, dude. It's all about all that, the Third Crusade and shit.
Yeah, that sounds like it'll be a good airplane movie.
And we had to leave this one out.
I think I might have watched it on an airplane on a flight one time, Joe.
I'm gonna look for that next
time. Because it's like a 4-hour movie, dude. Perfect for a long flight.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta figure out what the hell what's gonna be on the playlist on my trip down. Yeah, the movies. I gotta put myself out. What's that?
Joe, are you a fan of Star Trek?
No. I feel like you talked to me about Star Trek a lot.
Much Star Trek.
He happened.
We were talking about Star Wars last time.
He happened to play Dr. Bashir in.
God, I haven't seen Star Wars in a long time. I used to get those old cereals, Star Wars based cereals. Like back in the day, they made cereal out of Star Wars characters.
Oh, yeah.
I used to buy those. I used to love those things. R2D2. C3PO.
Wasn't it a peanut butter flavored cereal? The Star Wars cereal, Crypto? Wasn't it peanut butter?
Yeah. Yeah, they had the peanut butter ones, the R2D2s, and they had C3POs, like the honey bears, like the honey bear cereal, like it had like golden crisp. Yeah.
Now,
yeah. Yep. It was like the honey. Oh man, it was so good.
Like a knockoff of like a mixture between honey bunches of O's and
honey bunches of oats. Yeah, that's kind of how like it was. Yep, the C3POs. Oh man, those things was good because they put an actual real peanut butter in some of those things, like the peanut butter Captain Crunch. I don't know what they're putting in them now, but the back in the day they actually put peanut butter in them things. I don't know what the hell they're using nowadays. It's a powdered peanut butter or something. I don't know what they're using. Powdered peanut butter or something. But those things were good. Those Star Wars cereals was good. They had, what was the other one?
Reese's Puffs.
A video game. Yeah. Reese's Puffs with the chocolate and peanut butter. Yeah.
I used to have.
I think you can make your own Reese's now.
Crypto, that's the endorsement that Angel Reese got, bro. She's on the Reese's Puffs cereal boxes.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, the Reese's Puffs. Oh man.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn.
I think it's a
now
special.
It's the mix.
They're called like Reese Puffs or something, or like Angel Puffs, because
so,
know their last name is Reese. So
right. So they mix the two. Then they mix Cocoa Puffs with the other ones. Okay.
Well, that's the Reese's Puffs. They have black and white ones. They have the chocolate and the peanut butter ones.
Yeah. Yeah, those
Angel.
taste real good. If you put the almond milk
on me why they chose her for the endorsement. Her fucking last name. It didn't even dawn on me. I'm staring at the fucking cereal box and it didn't even dawn on me.
Right. Yeah.
I like Angel Reese, man. It's
a perfect name for the endorsement.
Hey, it ain't none of my business. Their whole feud. I think she's kind of cute. I'm just not gonna lie, bro.
She's got a wagon.
I don't really like her politics, but so what? I don't fuck politics. You know what I mean?
Yep. We got a blackout. We on power generators. Looks like all our lights are out.
No, but they were like, "Who would you rather date?" or something like that, and I'm just like, "Yeah, I'd probably rather." Or they were like, "Would you rather do something that bothered you a lot, or go on a date with Angel Reese?" And I'm like, I can think of worse things in the world than going on a date with Angel Reese. She is kind of freaking cute, dude.
I saw a video of her in jean shorts.
Female basketball players go. They usually have legs that are too disproportionate to their body, so they're not all attractive to me. But she's a beautiful girl. You know what can I say?
Yeah, she's got cake
compared to her counterpart that looks like one of the blue hairs in the street I was referring to earlier. No, I'm not going to go there. Never mind. We'll stop that conversation. I'm just not sure the W in WNBA applies to the WNBA's best player. I'm just going to say that.
You ever seen the movie Joanna Man?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I haven't watched it all the way through, but yeah, I'm familiar with what it's about. And I think, maybe Caitlyn wanted one.
Yeah. Are you talking about penis envy?
I mean, she just looks like one of them like Caitlin Clark looks like what humans are all going to look like 1,000 years from now.
It's bad to say.
Yeah.
You ever seen that Antonio Brown tweet? Is like it looks like Caitlin Clark keeps it hairy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have seen that. It's hilarious.
That's because he wished he knew.
He's not wrong either, by the way.
No, it was funny though. What's it? Welcome back, Bryson. I was trying to ask you about the plane.
We evolved because of technology.
Oh yeah, sorry.
We evolved to have frail bodies and look like the gray aliens. You know what I mean? That's Caitlin Clark. We're all going to look like that in 1,000 years. We're all going to have.
Question,
they have a version of what a human will look like in 3,000 years.
Wow,
it's crazy. Yeah, they actually advanced it. Evolved the human species 3,000 years from now. Look crazy. It's like something out of an alien movie.
I mean, but I think they're being a little optimistic, Crypto, because if you think about it, from the moment that Homo sapien became Homo sapien exclusively, we haven't really changed that much. We lost a lot of hair, you know.
We've gotten more beige.
We've gotten a little less, on whole, we've gotten a little more fragile, but we really haven't changed that much since we became Homo sapiens. But since humans became humans, which includes all the species that were not Homo sapien before us, we've changed quite a bit. Quite a bit.
So
like,
Bryson,
no, it's this grid guy, and it's not battery backup. I just found out.
There's an ape in history that can be called the very first human type of ape, right? Like that would be the first species that we would call a human, the first grouping. And those things look far different than we do.
What was your question, Joe?
What did they get the black box from that plane? Did they figure out why?
Yeah, they got the black box. That plane actually has 2 black boxes, one for comms and radio chatter, and they actually have one for all the like electronics, airspeed, everything. All the videos that I've seen from pilots flying Boeings, every single one of them says, okay, this is my personal opinion, obviously. They say that the flaps were not like on the right setting on departure because they took up way too much of the runway for lift. The wings weren't flexing enough in the air, and the gear was down, I should say, for way too long.
So they stalled.
And so what they think is what happened is the captain said, "Hey, put the gear up," and he put the flaps up. Which, if you put the flaps up in a critical phase of flight like that, all you're gonna do is lose all your lift.
Right, you're creating drag at that point.
Yeah, you're creating more drag, and you already have way too much drag with the gear being down.
Yeah, that literally is what turns the nose down towards the ground.
Yeah, so
that wall of air hits that flap like a wall and turns the nose to the ground.
So it seems like, and again, this is just personal opinion from what I've seen online. It seems like the co-pilot was not a seasoned pilot and made a crucial mistake to where the point, the guy that's actually flying the plane, he doesn't have time to double check the other guy's work, and they're in a phase of flight that once you realize something's wrong, it's already too late,
Damn.
And it's really unfortunate.
It hit people on the ground too, right? They were like,
yeah.
Why do you think everybody claps at those moments of the flight? So you can sit in the air for 10 hours, but nobody is freaking out until that 15 seconds right before your landing gear touches, man.
Well, with the takeoffs, you as you have your incline and you have all that speed, and then all of a sudden you kind of decrease the thrust to get up there. That you're going to see a lot of people on flights now kind of freaking out at that moment about 30 seconds into the flight.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
and by the way, the 787 is a great aircraft. Like, to me,
that was a first mishap.
There's no indication of engine failure, because that was my first question: is why is this aircraft not putting out enough thrust to climb? Like, I watch airline pilots literally depart every single day, and those motherfuckers climb as soon as possible, because if anything bad happens, you're like
you got a lot more right. You got a lot more buffer. If anything goes south, you're up there. You can.
Yeah, you can at least
so you can turn around if you need to get in the air.
Yeah.
I used to ship out the ram air turbines and auxiliary power units for a lot of aircraft as they'd get repaired and stuff. The specs and everything that and the qualifications for the commercial aircraft are so much more intense than the military.
Oh yeah, way more intense.
It was kind of crazy to see what would ship to the military.
So those things
you gotta
are
think
like,
too, like
once they're in the air, those things pretty much fly themselves, dude. Like, I don't mean automatic flight. Like, I know they have automatic systems, but I mean, like, you're not gonna it's not like a fighter jet where you breathe on the yoke and it's gonna freaking
move,
do a flash thing. You know what I mean?
Well, especially the Airbus. The Airbus is like, you're really just putting stuff in. Like, there's a lot of hand flying going on, like for landings and departures.
Yeah, once you're doing landings
and departures, for the most part, you're operating.
Once you're in cruising altitude, you're just basically
you're flying on
in.
stars and SIDS. Like, you're flying on approaches.
Right,
that
it's
you
like flying a
plug
shuttlecraft in Star
into
Trek.
the computer what you want the aircraft to do and when to do it, and then it does it for you.
Right, it's like flying a shuttlecraft in Star Trek. They're just entering commands on a console and it does whatever it does.
That's essentially what's going on, yes. Most of the time. Obviously, every aircraft's different.
Unless you're Tom Paris in Voyager, who designed his own shuttlecraft with a joystick and everything, because he wanted to feel the shuttle,
Dude, That's so good for Boeing that it wasn't a mechanical issue, if that's the case.
Yeah, I bet you their stock's still gonna not do well because they have so much heat, you know.
Yeah, the airlines might feel it a little bit too.
Well, whoever designed the tail pin did a good job. That's all I saw.
And by the way, Boeing used to be the problem with Boeing is they used to be the cornerstone foundation of innovation and engineering in the U.S. One of the greatest companies to ever come out of America.
Yeah, they
but
had
the problem is
three letters.
They
There's
went
three
into
letters
they
that put a
worried
stop
more
to
about
that,
the stock
Bryson, but I
price
won't
than
tell
the
you what those
aircraft.
three letters are.
What's up?
I said there's three letters that put a stop to that, but I won't say what they are because I don't want to start.
Yeah, it's just they worried about the stock price and not the actual ingenuity of the machine, which was what made Boeing what Boeing was. And by the way, they're still a great aircraft. It's just they've had some issues with some of the lines.
Yeah, but they hired CEOs that don't give a fuck.
Well, that's the problem. They worried more about the stock price.
CEOs
than
that want to cut corners because of the stock, like you said. It all lead back to pleasing Wall
So they
Street.
can make an extra $10 million a year.
Instead of doing servicing the public, you know.
A lot of the focus of the company could be going to those government contracts too.
Come off! What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, this is weird. I'm actually flying a plane right now in a simulator, and my fuel tank is stuck.
Which one?
Uh-oh, sounds like
I'm playing DCS.
Sounds like we got an India situation.
What is it, a Boeing flight?
Yeah, and it's
Cessna
actually
or
creating
Learjet?
too much drag. I'm trying to.
So Bryson's that guy when the pilot has an heart attack. They're like, "Does anybody on this plane know how to fly?"
Dude, you know how many people?
They call any doctors on board.
I'm an F-18. I got a good chance of landing it. I don't know about
No, you're gonna be like, "I thought you'd never ask."
I get up there and just fly us to a big ass lake.
I mean, most
They'd be
video
like,
gamers,
any doctors on board.
Even if you never played a flight simulator game, most video gamers could probably pick it up in 5 or 10 minutes. You know what I mean? And
that's what I'm saying. Color. Like, if
you can
happens and nobody
have flight simulators too.
Like no one's available that has flight experience, I want to get on the sticks because
because at least you're a gamer. You know how to get on the fly and try out a new game and pick it up quick. You know.
Yeah, I'm not letting Betty over here attempt it.
Exactly. Or the guy that always plays the medic in Battlefield. You don't want him grabbing the yoke either. You know.
Yeah, someone that's never played
I figured
somebody who's
video games, you know,
somebody that's used to simulation games.
The guy that gets all the kills,
a racing game or
matches.
Trucking game or anything. Yeah, somebody's used to simulating.
The guy that's like, "Hey, everybody, want to try out this new game?" And you're all first.
But preferably flight sim.
He's already
that's my first choice.
And shit.
Any knowledge on flight sim? Yeah, let's start there. Yeah. Flight Sim 95. That was the first ones I started playing.
And you might even get somebody like me that had like a couple months of flight school in high school as for extracurricular for my ROTC program, right?
That's
so
cool.
I actually sat in a simulator before. It's not like I know how to do it now, but I mean, I'm not.
I actually got 3 hours of actual flying under my name. I actually took some lessons out of Midway Airport. So yeah.
Hell yeah, that's
dope. I do have a couple hours.
I want to do.
Yeah,
you know what?
Midway,
I actually made friends with one of the local pilots here. He's going to take me up in a citation.
It just got expensive, you know, going through all the way through your commercial and ATC license.
Oh yeah,
that's how I ended up being air traffic control because of that. Air traffic control was cheaper,
with,
you know,
for like real cheap.
Maybe like like $4 grand.
We had a flight instructor,
but to get your commercial and instrument rating, it takes another 200 plus hours for your instrument, and then your multi-engine and all that other stuff, and then ATP is 1,500 hours.
I'm pretty sure his favorite simulator to fly was the Enola Gay, bro. His name was Colonel Newcomb.
The Enola Gay with the atomic missile. Yeah, the fat boy.
Yeah, if anybody likes,
my instructor in my high school was Colonel Newcomb.
Yeah, that's the one that had Fat Boy on there. Yeah, that's crazy. Man, it got expensive, man. That's the only reason why I'm not an airline pilot today, because of the expenses. Because I definitely thought about doing the whole thing, Bryson.
Oh yeah, dude. You
I
used to be
thought
able to
about
get
it.
a private pilot
I
for
took a
like a
handful
couple
of lessons.
grand.
That
Now
was
it's
it.
like 10 grand, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's expensive. Just to get your private. Now it's
Just get a
about 10
private, and
grand.
that gets you literally nothing. Like that just gets you a hobby.
Hey, what if the guy's last
That's
name
it.
was Popcorn?
Oh
Colonel
man,
Popcorn.
Colonel Popcorn. Hell yeah. Oh man.
Or Corn. It's Colonel Corn. That's Colonel Corn to you.
Colonel Corn.
Fall in.
Colonel Sanders.
Well,
you know, there's this guy on YouTube that does electronics videos. He looks like Colonel Sanders.
Well, guys, hey, listen, it's about to become 11
His
o'clock.
name is Professor Hobo. To look up Professor Hobo, you see who I'm talking about. He looks like Colonel Sanders. Oh man, you gotta go watch one.
Well, we got Ali, who is Jason Sanders' long lost father.
Yeah, I think Shake's trying to close it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yeah,
thank
Shake.
you. Thank you.
Fine, Shake.
Joe Wrist.
Yeah, Joe. Go get.
I gotta go walk in this building. It's a blackout. I gotta.
guys get going
got
talking
my head
about these
in that
flights. You
building, don't I?
guys,
You go get
take
some brown paint
flights.
for your nose, Joe.
I do have emergency flashlights and stuff. So
you say flashlight?
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Emergency flashlight.
Yeah, that too. He said.
Oh my god!
All right, guys. I'll see y'all next time. Hey,
Ready for
listen,
hurricanes with the flashlight.
remember tomorrow, late night XL, and after that we are doing Insomnia Father's Day edition, baby.
No Saturday morning wrestling.
Oh no, that's next week.
Next week we doing the Saturday morning one.
Every other week.
I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Good deal.
All right, man.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Fins up, everybody.
Fins up, everybody.